And hello everyone, my name is Caden and welcome back to more Paul Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, and in our case, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. Last time we did all of episode 4, and today we will begin what is technically the last main trial. There is still a trial. There is still one episode after this, being the DLC one that I'm absolutely, of course, going to do. But in terms of like the main story, this is the last. Case. So let's get into it. The final main story episode, episode 5, Turnabout Revolution. Episode 5, Turnabout Revolution. Ooh. Oh, Rafa! What?
It's time for a revolution!
That's far enough.
Who's there?
It is I, the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm.
Oh.
Good people of Khurain, we can't allow things to go on like this. The Defense Culpability Act has done nothing but produce countless victims of wrongful convictions.
Yeah.
The time to act is now, for we, the Defiant Dragons, have obtained the ultimate weapon, the Founder's Orb. And to the Garenian regime, make no mistake about it, I will personally dethrone you. A dragon never yields, nor will he rest until his revolution is complete.
Dragon never yields, huh? May 16th, 11 a.m. Wright Anything Agency. It seems we're back here. Let's see if I can piece together who I'm playing as right now. Attorney's badge. My beloved attorney's badge gets me raring to go. Trucy Wright. Particular set of, well, I can already tell who I'm playing as considering who's at the bottom here. Particular set of circumstance letter are being adopted by Mr. Wright, a world-class magician on the rise. The youngest lawyer in our agency, he apparently studied psychology in Europe. My boss, he's taught me a lot about what it means to be a lawyer and prosecutor from Khurain. He's also a monk, which explains why he's known as the last rights prosecutor. And this concludes our reports on the recent television hijacking incident in Khurain. But really, who could have anticipated such a surprising turn of events?
Did you hear that, Polly? Someone hijacked the airwaves over there.
Yeah, it was my adoptive dad.
It's like something out of a movie.
Yeah, it's my adoptive dad.
Huh?
Yeah. Dirk, what are you up to this time?
Wait a sec. Do you know the TV hijacker or something, Apollo?
You could say that. But it was a long time ago.
And why do you know someone like that? I mean, they're calling him an insurgent.
Yeah, about that. Hey now, is that any way to talk about the man who Uh-oh. Hey now, is that any way to talk about the man who raised you? Uh-oh. Why are you here? Huh? Hey there, Apollo. Long time no see. How have you been, son?
Guy that was on TV.
Guilty as charged. Surprised to see me, Apollo. Hey, Dirk. I just beamed in from Khurain, and boy, are my arms tired. This can't be happening. I must be dreaming, or hallucinating, or both. Can you hallucinate in a dream?
No, you're not, Apollo. It's that TV hijacker / insurgent in the flesh.
I'm so confused.
Mr. Hijacker, sir, I have so many questions. I don't even know where to begin. But let's start with the bit about the man who raised you.
Wait, don't tell me you haven't told anyone about me, son. It's okay to brag about it. Tell everyone your old man's me, the rebel Dirk. I mean, my face is all over TV these days. I'm practically a celebrity. Trucy, what do you say we close up early today? What the hell? Your adoptive dad just comes here to see you, and you just want to kick him out immediately? I wasn't that bad a father, was I? What about that photo? About you and Nayuta?
Why?
Oh, come on, son. No need for the cold shoulder. I know I'm going to regret this, but... What do you want, Dirk? You just show up here without a warning after all this time. What gives? I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice! Right, why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Whoa. Okay, so maybe there's a little something I need your help with too, but... The fact is, I came here to see you. That's the honest truth. Yes, I think we've established that. Figures. I haven't seen him in 10 plus years, and he's already asking for a favor. He really is a rebel in the purest sense. He just does whatever he pleases.
Come on, Polly. I need details. Inquiring minds want to know.
Okay, hold your horses. First, I've got a few questions of my own. First, I want to look around. What's with this bright red jacket? Who would wear such a garish thing?
Maybe one of our clients forgot here.
Trucy, it's mine. I'd love to get a look at the man who dare wear something like this.
Me too.
I know I don't wear it much, but she has to know it's mine, right? Please. Why, this is Apollo's journal.
Huh? What's it doing at the office? It's magic. It's robbery!
Let's see what he wrote. No, don't! Huh. There's nothing in here. What?
This calls for a special spell. It's the Diario.
What? There's writing appearing right before my very eyes.
Like I said, it's magic. Now go ahead, read to your heart's content.
Wow.
Give me that!
You assholes. Well, we save our plant friend for the best for last. This is one seriously cluttered office. I mean, do you really need a piano here? Talk to Mr. Wright and Trucy about it.
Well, it has sentimental value for Daddy, you see.
Yeah, but this office could use a little help with its, bottom line. What if we sold it?
Apollo! You better give me a cut of the proceeds when you do.
Money before memories, huh? This office's finances really must be in dire straits, then. You don't know the half of it. I'm pretty sure the only way we exist is because we get enough money to survive from each case. Otherwise, we barely have any money for anything else. The person here who's making the most money is probably Trucy. This is one of those contraptions for cutting people into pieces.
How'd you know that, Mr. Dirk?
I mean, I watch magic shows too. Well, it just so happens I've been in one of those myself. Really?
You have?
Yeah, it's very dangerous. Why do you subject yourself to torture?
Torture? It's a magic box.
What's magic? Yes, once when I was being held prisoner by Minister Inga's secret police. They tried to torture me into revealing one of my compatriots' hideouts. That's a torture device. This is a magic prop, Dirk. Man, I barely escaped that thing alive.
Well, you have my respect as a magician for your death-defying spirit.
Don't egg him on. You don't know what you'll bring into this world. More magic props. Oh, I've seen a ring like this before. I used to be quite good with these. Really? Why don't you show us? Well, if you insist. I'll show you the act of daring do I used to perform to supplement my income. First, I have to light the ring on fire, then I'll jump through it. That's a fire hoop. This is a kid's toy, Dirk. You're going to make Trucy upset if you burn that. And of course, the most important thing here. That's Charlie, the houseplant. You know, my hideout used to have a houseplant too. We called it Apollo.
I bet it was a cactus.
How'd you know? How'd you guess? I hate you.
Because Polly's hair is just as spiny.
Hey, leave my hair out of this. Also, we want to talk about Spiny. Talk to your own father, Trucy.
And he has a prickly attitude to boot.
I better quit while I'm ahead. You want to talk about Spiny? Talk to your own father. What's that? It's my attorney's badge. I can relate. I used to want to show mine off too. But don't ever show it to anyone in Kurine. They'll run you right out of town the moment they find out you're a lawyer. I wonder how it went for Mr. Wright. Knowing him, he probably flashed his left and right. How is he alive? I don't know. Dirk, why are you here? Pleased to meet you, little lady. My name is Dirk Sotomati. I'm well, a rebel by trade.
A rebel? But on TV they were calling you insurgent.
Tomato or tomato.
So which is it? Personally, I vote for a rebel with a cause. A real headache for anyone in your way. Trucy.
Oh, you got me there. I'm the head of a resistance group. The Defiant Dragons. We're like the good, the bad, and the ugly. But without the good part. In Kurine, I'm like the boogeyman. A tall tale parents used to spook their kids straight.
That's too bad. You seem like you'd be a fun, cool guy to hang out with.
This little lady's a real catch, son. I'm talking about bride material if you get my drift. Dirk, through a long and complicated process, she's actually my biological sister, somehow. There is a very long explanation to this, but, A, no, and B, no, you don't even know half her. She will steal everything without you even realizing it, and then just pull it out of her underwear somehow. Oh, what do you mean out of her underwear? Don't ask. Wait, what?
Oh, stop it. You're embarrassing me, Dad.
She's a plucky one, all right. Someone pluck me out of my misery.
Now, about that man who raised you business.
Foster father.
What did Mr. Dirk mean when he said that? He's the man who raised you, Apollo.
The truth is, I grew up in the kingdom of Kurine. Did I, never mention that?
Oh, so you grew up in... Kurine? Wait, are you saying... You're not from around here, Polly?
No, it's just I was raised in Kurine when I was really little.
Still, that's a shocker. It's like I hardly know anything about you. How come you never told me?
Apollo, you really haven't said a word about your past, have you? What? That I was raised by a wanted criminal? It's like a bad joke.
It does sound rather melodramatic. I doubt anyone would even believe you. So, you two haven't seen each other in a while, huh?
You could say that. I'd wager it's been at least 10 years. How old is Dirk, actually? 45. Yeah, that adds up. How old is... 20 Okay.
Wow, it's a really long time.
Wait, now I'm curious. Hang on. 17... I'm trying to think, are Nayuta and Apollo the same age? Because if they are, then that means 8 here? If 8? I don't know why I'm trying to figure out how much older Apollo is than Trucy, because I was just trying to think, like, how older of a big brother is Apollo to Trucy? It's kind of weird to me to think about, like I have older siblings too. I'm the youngest in my family, but my siblings are, my sister's only 1 year older than me, and my brother's only 2 years older than me. So it's kind of weird of me to think that there are families out there with siblings that are like a lot more years apart, like that, like you could have 7+ years. Like, it's weird for me to think that, considering it's just not what I'm used to. It's interesting though, not bad. Of course not. It's just, again, not something I'm familiar with. Yeah, well, I figured he'd forgotten about me. Not a chance. It's just, well, starting a revolution takes time, and keeping it going even more so. And being a wanted man, I couldn't just hop on a plane and come say hello. How did I get here, actually? I get it. It's fine. The truth be told, it's weird having Dirk suddenly show up acting all paternal. I'd even almost forgotten about crying. No, that's not true. I probably tried to forget about it on purpose.
Now then, Mr. Dirk, what is it we can help you with?
Oh yeah, you're here for a reason, right? I need to get my hands on the Founder's Orb, the most sacred treasure of Khura'in. Didn't we just have a cutscene at the beginning here that said you had it? That's where you come in. Founder's Orb?
Wait, but didn't you say you already had it in the broadcast of yours?
Don't go believing everything you see on TV, little lady. No one's seen hide nor hair of the Founder's Orb for some time.
No way!
So that was just a bluff. Apollo, you're surprised about a bluff. You're a lawyer. Isn't bluffing our greatest weapon? What about... I know that you... I know a little bit about Phoenix. I know he bluffs all the time. So why are you surprised at a bluff? What are you going to do if you don't find it? I don't know. I guess that just means we'll have to find it, son. Because I can't really back down now, can I? Different year, same old Dirk. It's all coming back to me now. Hold on. I think I read something about this in a newspaper a while back. Something about you guys stealing a secret treasure from a temple's treasure room. That's a load of crock. We didn't lay a finger on the orb. Oh! Oh, wait. Do you think they're talking about the... They're probably talking about the first case, right? The one where we had to defend Albie. And that it was Understanding that was the criminal. There was nothing inside the treasure box. And now that I think about it, wasn't it supposed to be the Founder's Orb that was in that treasure box in the first case? Huh. Oh, so they pinned the blame of that on the Defiant Dragons? Great. Really? Yes. Baseless allegations. All of it. Our enemy has really found a way to keep us on our toes.
Oh, so it's like a setup.
That's the long and short of it. However, my compatriot has been hot on the orb's trail. And just the other day, his hard work finally paid off. We now know the Founder's Orb is in... Crane Village.
Oh, Maya's village. Crane Village?
Yes, I hear there are spirit mediums there. They even have direct relations with Khura'in. Spirit mediums. Right. Some doctor of archaeology is there supposedly has the orb. His name is Archie Buff. He has a great beard. I don't know why I said mustache. He's got just nothing on his lip. My Divine Dragon compatriot has already made contact with him. Apparently, someone asked the doctor to study the orb. So whoever asked him to do that is a real thief? Most likely. And you think this guy will just hand the orb over to you? My compatriot, Dots, says Dr. Buff has already promised to do so. Also, I've realized something. I'm illiterate, apparently. I don't know how I missed this. I kept calling Dat's last name Airball for some reason, and yet I forgot the obvious pun with it. It's not Dat's Airball, it's Dat's a rebel. I'm an idiot. Hang on, can I actually see his name? No, I can't. I don't know why I thought it was Airball. Oh. But it's... You know what, actually, Airball does kind of make sense if we're talking about before he shaved all his hair off. But anyways, the point is, it's not Airball. It's supposed to be a rebel. It seems he knew it had been stolen and wanted to do the right thing. I remember running around with him when I was a kid. Huh. So he's here too, huh? Is he in here now? No. Apollo, I want you to be present as my lawyer when I take possession of the orb. Ah! 46. Huh. Would you do that for me? Oh, what the heck? How could I say no to you? Fine. but I'll charge my standard fee. Now, tell me about the Founder's Orb. Alright, let's hear it, Dirk. If I remember correctly, the Founder is always depicted as a faceless spirit medium.
What do you mean, faceless?
Well, take away your mouth, nose, and eyes, and eyebrows, and there you go. Like this.
Images of the Founder, the Holy Mother of Khura'in, never show her face. To depict it is to commit the greatest taboo in Khura'inism.
Greatest taboo, huh? Wonder why. I've always found that interesting. Like, some religions do... I've noticed that some religions, even in real life, I feel like there are ones that I think, like... I can't name anything off the top of my head, but I'm almost positive there are ones that do something similar where it's like, it's taboo to, like, show the face or whatnot. And I'm always curious why. I mean, it's their choice to do so. It's their religion. That's fine. It's just, I'm curious, why do they believe that? This is always interesting to me. I mean, what could she have looked like to make them hide her face like that? Maybe it's something to do with, like, their face is too magnificent for mere mortals to look upon, or something like that.
As for the Founder's Orb, it was discovered during an excavation 8 years ago. And there's an interesting legend that goes along with it. It's said that there's a riddle to the orb that any who can solve it will receive immense spiritual power from the Founder herself.
Sounds like one big fairy tale to me.
In any case, it's just what us defiant dragons need to get our revolution started. With it, we can gain the spiritual power and thus the legal authority to rule Khura'in.
Wait, suppose I believe this legend. Then anyone could become king or queen? And that's why you think it'll help overthrow the Gran regime?
Only the rulers of Khura'in have ever laid their eyes on the orb, Apollo. A legendary treasure that bestows immense spiritual power. Doesn't that sound like something you'd want to see with your own two eyes?
That does sound just a tiny bit intriguing. The Founder's Orb, a national treasure of the Kingdom of Khura'in. None but those in the royal family have laid their eyes upon it.
That should just about cover everything. Any other questions?
Not right now.
Ah, I almost forgot. I brought you a present. Eat up, son.
Sushi?
I figured you probably couldn't afford 3 square meals a day, so...
Yay! I was just thinking it was time for lunch.
Here, Druzy. Have food.
You dig into, little lady. After all, we're practically family, right?
Thanks, Dad. Oh, that tuna looks good.
This salmon sushi's got my name on it. Aren't you hungry, son? This is some of the best sushi you'll ever have.
I'm good.
Oh, well... Okay, then. Actually, I have one more present for you. Here.
What's this?
A picture of your father. It's been 23 years since he passed away.
Wait. What? Huh? This is my father.
His name was Jove Justice.
Jove...
I haven't talked to you about your real father in some time, but as you know, he was a musician, a wandering minstrel, if you will, and a talented one at that.
Why are you giving this to me now?
I thought it was sad you didn't know what your old man looked like. I searched high and low to find that one picture.
What's wrong, Apollo? Don't you want it?
I don't know. I mean, it's not like I ever met the guy.
Well, I went through all the trouble of finding it, so go on, take it. And don't ever let it go, yeah?
Photo of my father. A picture of my biological father, Jove Justice, who died in Khura'in.
Well, now that our bellies are full, what do you say we hit the road?
I'm trying to see if there's anything out of place here in this photo, but there's not really anything of note that I can see that looks particularly strange.
Once,
1 second. Hey, Trucy, any idea where Athena is?
she left early this morning to pick up Daddy from the airport.
Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Wright's coming back today.
Yeah, but I wonder why he cut his trip short like that. Anyway, shouldn't they have been back by now?
Knowing Athena, she probably got lost. Well, there's no point sitting around here waiting. Let's get going.
I can't wait to see that super mysterious treasure.
To Crane Village, then. The Founder's Orb awaits.
Farewell, very well. But first,
The Founder's Orb. They say the Holy Mother will return when the riddle of the orb is solved, and she will bestow great spiritual power upon whoever accomplishes that feat.
I wonder if I could channel spirits if I had such power. Would I even want that?
Brings back memories. He was a fine young man, so cheerful and fun to be around. His big booming singing voice would captivate everyone in the tavern. But looks-wise, he was like a grown-up version of you.
I was gonna say he does kind of just look like Apollo, in some ways. That still doesn't give me much a sense of what my real father is like. Well, to Crane we go. Wow, I think this is actually the first time since like the original trilogy that you actually get to see this area again. So, there's the Crane Village, the mystical village of spirit channeling, and where ancient traditions come alive. It looks like a really peaceful place.
Ah, I love the air here. Nothing beats the mountains, huh, Apollo?
Come to think of it, we used to live way up in the mountains too, just like this.
Sure brings back memories. Those were the days. The three of us living happily in peace.
I still can't wrap my mind around it all, you know? That Mr. Dirk is not only Paulo's daddy, but Prosecutor Samadi's as well. And the way he talked about it like it was nothing the whole bus right here.
I guess it is a lot to take in.
So tell me, Mr. Dirk, what was Apollo like as a kid?
Oh, he was full of piss and vinegar, he was. A real rascal. He and Nayuda used to run around the open fields, naked as jaybirds. I even got pictures of him posing in his birthday suit.
Whoa, whoa, Dark.
No way! Prosecutor Samadi used to be like that too?
That one I can't believe.
The two of them would end up with leeches on their butts and cry like babies.
Dark, don't you think you've said enough?
Aw, you're no fun.
Yeah, I want to hear more about the misadventures of Polly.
What are you people doing here? Oh, Emma! What are you people doing here? Emma?
You know this lady, son?
Yeah, this is Emma Skye. She's a detective. Did somebody die here again?
Technically speaking, I'm a forensics expert, but I'll let it slide. Anyway, I can't say I'm surprised to see you here. You always seem to pop up whenever there's trouble afoot. Still, what are the odds of running into you here in the boonies?
By trouble, you mean you're investigating a case?
Does it look like I'm here to sightsee? Wait, don't tell me. You're not here to see Dr. Buff, are you?
Huh? How'd you know that? We're actually on our way to meet with him right now.
Figures. Well, follow me. I'll show you the way.
Really?
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, son. Just follow the nice lady.
What do you want to do?
Mass transit and electronic communications. This country's infrastructure is really advanced compared to Karine.
Why don't you see the sights once you have the orb?
Well, guess I could use a break. How about you show me around?
Oh, I'll probably be busy with work, so,
I see.
What are you talking about, Polly? Your only work right now is cleaning the office. Shut up, Trizzy.
The Founder's Orb should be with the doctor right now. What do you say we go take a gander?
what if he doesn't have it? What if you came all the way from Crime for nothing?
I'll cross that bridge if and when I come to it. Besides, even if I leave empty-handed, at least I got to see you, son.
Oh. Thanks?
No, I really mean it.
Want to examine.
seeing those mountains really takes me back. I remember when we used to live high in the mountains to escape from the government.
So you don't live there anymore?
Nope. I needed a more convenient place to lead the revolution from. But that old mountain is still there.
Man, I miss that hut.
What? Are you getting homesick, Apollo? You can come back on to Karine at any time, you know?
Oh no, I'm fine. Besides, I've got a lot on my plate here.
Didn't the little lady just... Nope.
A thatched roof. First time I've ever seen one in real life.
It looks just like the traditional thatched roofs they use in Japan. All we need now is some samurai with top knots, a few ninjas, and a cuddly mascot.
When was the last time you were in Japan?
I don't want to answer that question.
There's a big boulder towering into the sky over there. According to the sign, it's called the Crane Boulder. It also says that a spirit dwells within it. A rock with a spirit in it.
It's called animism, the belief that spirits dwell within inanimate objects. They've probably enshrined this boulder as a sacred object. The tradition of worshipping such objects is similar to our tradition in Karine.
Interesting. I knew dirt could make sense every once in a while.
What the hell? Just because I like to screw around doesn't mean I'm inept.
A phone booth and a bus stop made of wood. They both look really old. You hardly ever see phone booths in the city anymore.
Apollo, what's this glass box for?
I guess you hardly see them in Karine too. Alright, seems like we're good to go in terms of sightsees. Doctor study. The doctor's dead, isn't he? May 16th, Crane Village, Doctor Study. So this is Dr. Buff's study. Yep, I see the outline.
Wow, look at all these books. The shelves go from floor to ceiling. It's like a library in here.
Yep.
Yes, and lots of artifacts too. A true archaeologist's paradise. Look, son, there's so many relics. They're spilling onto the floor. What a delightfully amusing room.
Yeah, but there's a... All I see is a mess. And what's with that white outline? Emma, where's the doctor?
Well, the thing is, he died last night.
Wait, what?
Seems an avalanche of books knocked him off his bookshelf ladder. We're labeling it an accidental death.
What the... Please tell me you're joking.
As if I'd come all the way out here for a few laughs, Apollo.
Yeah, I guess not.
A scholar killed by his own books.
Ah, man. What do we do now? I mean, how can he transfer ownership of the orb to you if he's dead?
Yes, that is a problem.
Emma, can you please tell us exactly what happened?
What do you think you're doing? You can't just poke around without my permission.
Guess I should ask her what's going on first. Alright, fine. Let me hear it. So, the doctor died in an accident?
I received a call this morning saying Dr. Buff had been found dead under a pile of books.
This morning? About bad timing. You mentioned that he'd fallen off a ladder.
Right. We believe it fell from the top of that big ladder there.
Oh.
Apparently, he triggered an avalanche of books while fumbling to reach one. And that sent him headlong into a fatal fall onto the hard floor. How sad. Killed by his own books. But at least he was doing something he loved.
For a scholar, I suppose it's kind of like a soldier being killed in the line of duty. You could say he died an honorable death.
Emma, who was the first one to discover the body?
About that, whoever it was, it seems they want to remain anonymous.
What?
It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police.
Great.
I can relate to that.
Yeah, being a wanted man and all. What now, Dirk? A dead man can't exactly hand over the orb.
We'll just have to find it. It must be around here somewhere.
Just to fill you in, Emma, we're actually here to get something. Pops here had an agreement with the doctor. The doctor was supposed to hand over a sacred relic known as the Founder's Orb. Pops? Really?
Oh, I see. That could be a problem considering he's dead. Do you have a plan B?
I have an agreement in writing. My compatriot dad should have it.
Well, there shouldn't be any problems then. So, who is this gentleman you're escorting?
Oh, right. I haven't introduced you yet. This is Dirk. He's from the Kingdom of Kurine.
All the way from Kurine, huh? So, what do you do there?
I used to practice law, but I'm taking a break from all that. I'm focused now on making Kurine a better place through volunteer work.
Volunteer work, huh? How interesting.
Well, it's not technically a lie.
So, how do you two know each other?
Oh, he's sort of my foster father.
Come again? Yeah, and he's Prosecutor Samai's real father, too. What? You mean you're... and Prosecutor Samai? I'm so sorry. It seems you had quite a life.
Guess she's put a few things together.
Actually, Dirk, you look kind of familiar. Have we met before?
Not that I recall. Great. She must have seen that news report on TV. It will really complicate things if she figures out he's a wanted man. There are lots of guys who look like him. Sure you're not mistaking him for someone else?
Are there? Really? I mean, a middle-aged man with long hair and an eye patch. You don't see that every day.
Well, I'm sure that you're just imagining things.
So, what does that sacred relic you're searching for look like? I mean, there's lots of stuff in here that's old and relic-y.
Indeed. Unfortunately, I have no idea what it actually looks like.
So then how are we supposed to find it?
That, I do not know, either. We'll just have to go through each candidate one by one.
Great plan of attack there, Dirk! Well, Emma, do you mind if we give this room a once-over?
I guess not. But, in exchange, you're going to help me with my investigation.
Sure, it can't hurt.
Ooh, I can't wait to get started. It'll be like hunting for buried treasure.
Look at this badge.
Your attorney's badge. Huh.
What? That normally gets a better reaction from you.
I'm tired of collecting your fingerprints. It's kind of lost its luster.
Yeah, but who knows? There could be other people's prints on it.
Oh, that's true. Hand it over, buddy. The only prints I found were yours.
Ah, it's all dusty now. Look at this non-existent item.
Scientifically speaking, ancient relics are highly fascinating.
Why's that?
Because of all the tests I can run. CT scans, electron microscopy, chemical analysis. The list goes on and on. If you ever do find one, you better bring it to me straight away.
Can I count on getting it back intact?
We'll see. Scientific advances don't come without sacrifices, you know.
I know someone who won't be seeing the orb anytime soon. Look at my dad.
You sure like to shove things in people's faces, don't you?
What about you? You're always dusting around for prints.
That's my job.
Well, it's not like I'm presenting evidence for the fun of it either.
Really? Because it sure seems like you enjoyed Apollo.
Right back at you, Emma. There's a pot calling the kettle black. Alright. Ooh, I can actually look over here. Let's see. Oh my gosh! Wait! First of all, this jar... Amy. Why is someone's name written on here?
Maybe it's so if it ever got lost, someone could return it to its owner. You know, like how school kids put their names on things.
Yeah, but this is just an urn. The name is written so big.
Well, I wrote my name on my underwear. It says Wright in super big letters.
The less said about this, the better. You've also got this statue, which I'm pretty sure is part of a case. What's this up here? What a huge wall relief. It seems to depict a spirit channeling.
Hey, the spirit medium looks a lot like the Holy Mother crying.
Yeah, her face was left blank, but the rest is clearly detailed and well crafted.
Did you know some researchers claimed that the Holy Mother had 3 eyes? And that her third eye was able to divine the truth, just like the gods above. It's said to be on her forehead.
Like you said, you shouldn't believe everything you hear. Look at this! That's a golden statue. Looks pretty old, too.
I imagine it has some great archaeological value. Maybe too great for a private researcher of Miss Dr. Buff's caliber.
I wonder how he got his hands on something like this. Suitcase. It's one big suitcase.
It's locked. Is it the doctor's?
No, someone left it here last night.
So the doctor might have had a visitor? But how can you tell?
That sticker hit there. You only see one of those on airport luggage. Which means its owner is likely from overseas.
Is there any way to figure out who it belongs to?
Not unless we can open it to see what's inside.
Guess not.
Huh? Huh?
That's because you're not me. I'm a Sky forensics expert extraordinaire. Surprise you might, you won't find the word impossible in my forensics handbook.
Is she okay, son? It's like she became an entirely different person.
Oh, that's just what happens when her forensic switch gets flipped.
With this, identifying the suitcase's owner will be as easy as pie.
Is that fingerprint powder?
That's right, and there's no better time than in the present to use it. Here we go. You remember how to do this, right?
Apply the powder where I think some prints might be and blow excess off.
Exactly. Well, how about it?
And where would I expect to find prints on the suitcase? Well, the handle. What about over here? Ah!
This one isn't clear enough for match.
How might someone handle a suitcase? Yes, I know that.
Oh, forgot. Where do you want me to look, game? The sticker? Admittedly not where I would have looked, admittedly. Anna, I got a pretty clear print here.
Okay. Now, let me know who you think he could belong to.
Who could it be? Would have to be someone who would have paid Dr. Buff a visit. Let's see. Oh, it's Dots. So this is Dante's suitcase.
We have a match.
That's... Come to think of it, he did stop by to see the doctor, didn't he? To conclude the orb transfer agreement.
So he's the one who forgot his suitcase here.
Where do you suppose he is now?
Haven't heard from him in a while, and he's not answering his phone.
Wait, you don't think he left his phone inside his suitcase, do you?
I wouldn't put it past him. That knucklehead.
Actually, I think we may have run into him earlier.
Really?
A suspicious man had been reported in the area. But when one of my officers approached to question him, he took off like a shot.
What?
Sorry about that. Karani's people aren't all like him, I swear.
Well, he's probably still in the village somewhere.
Maybe he knows something about the orb. Keep examining, because we barely examined anything here. Coffee. Coffee maker and a bunch of coffee cups. He must have taken his coffee breaks here. Oh, there's a filter with old coffee grounds in here. Guess I better clean this up.
What are you doing there, son?
What am I doing? Cleaning this office?
Don't tell me they have you on coffee duty back at your office.
No. It's just, if I don't keep the place clean, no one will. Trucy, I don't want to hear you try and correct anything. There are animal drawings on the floor. They look like those famous geoglyph things.
They remind me of the chalk outlines detectives draw around bodies. And the doctor has just joined them. So that's what I call dedication to one's field.
I don't think it was on purpose. There's a book. Look, it's one of the doctor's notebooks.
Maybe there's something about the orb in there. It's a photo of the treasure box, the one from Temple's treasure room.
I knew it, so this is where the Founder's Orb is from. Mitama motif from Kurine founding period. When dragon and tiger battle, the Founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Descending upon us in all her glory, the Founder bestows the greatest power known.
These must be his research notes on the Founder's Orb.
What's that on the right page? It looks like a poem or something.
Let's see. Oh, it's the song that's performed during the Dance of Devotion. It's been sung during Kurani's rites of offering since ancient times.
Oh, I think I've heard of that.
There's also a legend associated with the song. Some say the solution to the orb's riddle is contained therein.
It's in a song everyone in Kurine knows? Not much of a way to keep it a secret.
It's called hiding secrets in plain sight, Polly. Us magicians know all about that.
Huh. Strange. What is? Dr. Boss' notes contain the second half of the song. Only the first half is sung during the Dance of Devotion.
Hello, Ice. How's it going?
Most people haven't even heard the second half.
The second half? As in the part that begins, offer thy prayers?
I'm impressed. That's some thorough research he was conducting.
Research notes on the Song of Ceremony in the box contain the Founder's Orb. Pretty terrible, you. I'm doing good, but I hope things get better for you, man. Hey, buddy. Hey, what else? What about this rock thing? It's a spiral staircase. That is not what I was pointing at, but... And it's connected to a hallway up there. Why'd they have to place the second floor so high up?
Wait, you're not afraid of heights, are you?
Oh, well...
Oh, Polly's hilarious around high places. He gets all wobbly like a baby deer taking its first steps. And his face turns as gray as a watermelon.
It's not nice to make fun of people's phobias, you know.
Come to think of it, the visitor's entrance is on the second floor. What an odd layout for a house.
What else? There is this rock here.
There's some sort of machinery inside this clay figure.
How would anyone have such regular looking stairs? Yeah! Yeah, it does. I I don't know if I'd trust those stairs. At the very least, I feel like I'd be clinging onto like the side rail for dear life. Even then, I don't know if that would be safe. Whoa, it's moving.
Exterminate, exterminate, destroy all targets.
100% don't trust it. Yeah, I don't know if I would either. Do I even want to know what this thing is for? Ugh, I do not like those stairs. There's a brown stain on the scroll. Huh? Why does this smell like gravy? Oh! I was about to say, I recognize the scroll, but I can't remember where. Now, for some reason, the gravy reminds me. It was from, pretty sure it was from the final trial of, Trials and Tribulations. I think. That sounds right. Huh.
Why would there be a gravy stain on it?
Who knows? But it looks like it's meant to be there.
Maybe the artist was trying to inspire a gravy new trend. And food splatter art.
From Bridge to Turnabout. Yeah. I don't know why the gravies would remind me, but I just remember there was a whole thing about gravy being on the scroll. That pun wounded me gravely, Dirk.
Thanks, Ball.
Anything else over here? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, back over here. I feel like the last thing I want to check is the actual outline, because I feel like that'll actually advance story. There are shoes! There are a few pairs of shoes here. I guess there must be an entrance on this floor, too. Because Pearl misinterpreted the instructions. That's right, I remember now. It was Pearl that... Yep, I remember now. I guess there must be an entrance on this floor, too.
Yeah, there's a back door over that way, but it's usually locked from what I can tell. The visitor's entrance is up that spiral staircase.
That's the way we came in. Green jacket. It's a two-tone raincoat.
It's still a bit damp. I think someone might have worn it recently.
Bunch of books. The doctor fell from the top of that ladder.
From that height, a fall into a hard surface would probably kill anyone.
I don't know why anyone would want to climb that high in the first place.
Guess you could say he climbed it all the way to heaven.
Here, remember sunglasses, but, well, glasses. There's a pair of glasses on this little pyramid here.
They belong to the doctor. Scientifically speaking, they appear to be your ordinary run-of-the-mill glasses. I guess they don't pique her interest, scientifically speaking.
Yeah. It's not. What's on his computer? I'm surprised it's on. Japanese or poorly assumed makes more sense as in the original Japanese. You can't read kanji very well. Aw. Poor Pearl. Gravy will do it, right? Nope. This PC is password protected. Seriously, you think your magic can do something about this?
I don't think you can override a password. Now, a locked desk. Now that I could get into. Like yours back at the office, Polly.
Yikes. I better watch what I put in there.
What? Do you put weird stuff in your desk? Stuff you don't want anyone to see?
Jeez, are you a mind reader too?
No, but unlocking your thoughts is a cinch.
Child. What? Oh, there's the window. Plane thing. Is this a bird?
It looks like an airplane to me.
No, there couldn't have been any planes back when this was made. Seems about average in terms of literacy. I think there's also the fact that she's also, like, there's also the fact that I think she was, like, she couldn't have been older than, like, 10 or 11, I think, in the original game, so there's also that.
Yes, but it has wings in both horizontal and vertical stabilizer.
She was 8, yeah, so. An 8-year-old would probably interpret things in interesting ways as well.
That makes it an airplane.
No, it's definitely a bird.
Open your eyes, son. As a lawyer, your job is to see the true nature of things.
I still say it's a bird. Window. What a huge window. 8-year-old one know much kanji. Fair. I mean, I don't know any kanji. What a huge window. I bet you could see the entire study from the outside.
How could you concentrate in here?
Some kanji? That's cool. Maybe something that'd be cool to learn one day. Though, depends on if I could even focus or not.
How could he concentrate in here? I feel so exposed.
Well, he does have a bookshelf positioned for some privacy around his desk. I think that's everything else, so now the main thing. So this is where Dr. Buff died. Hey, big windows. I just always keep my window curtains, like, closed. Some spots I like having a window open because I like having natural light in, but other places I just don't like having the window open. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Just kind of where I feel like light feels better to have filtered in. Ooh.
Poor man. He fell right on his head and probably died almost instantly.
There are 2 stains on that book. One of blood and one of something brown. Coffee? I see some blood on the book there, but what's that dark stain? Coffee?
It appears to be coffee.
I thought so.
It's still damp, so it must have gone on there recently. Perhaps even last night.
It's a mighty big window he's next to. Big enough for someone to see inside.
Exactly. That's how the local resident and who reported his death found him to begin with.
Berman has blackout curtains on top of blackout blinds with foil in the middle. Yeah. I just have like these one heavy curtains in my room. It's just like 2 big, like thick curtains really, but they get the job done. Barely any light gets in, it feels like.
The doctor's body was fizzled from outside at the window. And a passerby called in earlier this morning to report what they'd found.
And see your natural light in your room? That's fair. I know that I don't ever like having natural light in my room because it makes it hard to see any screens.
And a passerby called in earlier this morning to report what they'd found.
So you mean this case is still only a few hours old?
That explains why your investigation is just getting underway.
Study photo. The doctor fell, hit his head on the floor, and died. There are blood and coffee stains on one of the books. Just annoys me if you want outside. If you want sunlight, you go outside. That's fair. There. Study diagram. A diagram of the doctor's study. Note the bookcase, large window, and second floor area. Alright, that seems to be everything in this room.
It seems the orb isn't here.
That means Dats might be our only lead at this point.
His Dr. Sky said he might still be here in the village. We should try to find him.
Thanks, Emma. Let's try the village. May 16th, Crane Village. Good day to you, citizens of Crane Village. My name is Politician, and I want your vote. Wow, that's really loud. Huh?
Look, something's coming this way.
Politician, Savior Crane has come to... Ah, it's you people. Huh?
Apollo? What is that strange conveyance coming this way?
What the... Hi? Right, left, halt! It's one of those... What do you call them? Pelicans? What? Hi.
So, you finally left Dr. Buff's house. What were you doing there? What a bunch of shady-looking characters.
And you aren't? So I take it you knew the doctor?
What a foolish question. I've memorized the names and faces of the entire electorate here in Kurain. After all, I am the man who's destined to be king of this fine nation someday.
Who are you? And what do you mean king?
ignorant fools, I am the politician. I am a soon-to-be eminent politician, a man whose name will go down in history. You should be ashamed that you've never heard of me before.
This game going so far, by the way, I really like it. Forgot how many. I forgot like how good a lot of the cases here feel for me. I just like it a lot.
Is he really that famous of a politician, Apollo?
Never heard of him. Not that I know of.
I'm running for a seat on the local council right now.
I guess even Jerk Q public has to start somewhere. These games are super fun. Yeah, I do hope that in the future there are more. Again, I still think that the best course of action, if you want make another new trilogy, I still think the easiest path to go with would be doing Athena Sykes one. If you did one for Phoenix and one for Apollo, maybe it'd be easiest to just do one with Athena.
But my election is a sure thing, I'm told. After all, my grandfather was a famous politician with untold influence. In short, I'm the chosen one, the golden boy, the powerhouse of politics.
And a rider of his grandfather's coattails.
Are you blinded by my majesty?
Playing Athena trilogy, especially means get see more black hole. Exactly. I mean, again, I would just, even if it wasn't Athena based, I want more of these kind of games. They're good.
Go ahead, bask in the resplendent glory that is me, the chosen one.
Sure.
A pleasant day to you, good people of Kurain. I am politician. It's time to reclaim the glory of Kurain, together. A convenience store on every corner, a karaoke bar in every home. A vote for a politician is a vote for a happier, hopier, Kurain village.
Drop that old feudal racket, you fool! You're a stain on your grandfather's good name.
Thank you, good sir. Your support is appreciated as always.
I guess he's one of those people who only hears what they want to hear.
Samurai prosecutor, best prosecutor. He is definitely one of the best. I agree. In other words, he's a model politician.
Now, where was I? Oh, right. You were in the doctor's house. Just what in the world were you doing in there?
Oh, right. Is there anything new to examine here? Doesn't seem so. Look at this badge. Actually, I'm a lawyer.
You're so shallow. Relying on your badge to impress people. What would you be without it? I pity men like you who have no sense of self. Real men make their own mark in this world.
Is this a man who's riding on his grandfather's coattails? You know about the Founder's Orb, sir? What do you think about this?
Politician is the squeaky clean candidate. So if you're going to bribe me, try to be a little more subtle about it, would you?
Huh? I wasn't trying to bribe you.
Don't accept any bribes unless they come in unmarked bills. This is but a fraction of the political wisdom my grandfather shared with me. Better luck next time.
After a spin cycle or two with those bills, I bet I'd be squeaky clean too. I don't know why that was like that. What do you think of it? Class symbol, scumbag politician. Yeah! Yeah, he kind of just... I mean, just riding around and having people carry him is just... That alone just tells you all you need to know, I feel. Alright, buddy, let's talk. Politician? Is this what you ride around in when you're campaigning?
That's right. It's perfect for the narrow roads and steep hills here in this village. It has a top speed of 5 miles per hour, but it suffers from serious reliability issues.
Don't think I'm even like him. I wouldn't be surprised.
Namely, these imbeciles tire out too quickly. I'll try harder next time, sir.
Poor guys. They're exhausted and covered in sweat.
The Attition family has been in politics for generations, even back in the old country.
Really?
My grandfather, Abe Attition, was a prominent member of Congress. And he was born right here in Kurain. There isn't a person here who hasn't heard of him.
All I asked about was his Halcyon.
You must have heard of the Eticians. I'm even reviving our old country campaigning style.
Oh, politics aren't really my thing. Drizzy? Why can't he put the thing on wheels? I don't know, maybe he doesn't know how to drive.
I don't need anything done for me. I didn't learn how to do driving. I have a million chauffeurs at my disposal.
I don't recall ever reading about them at school.
Young people today. You people really need to pay more attention to politics.
Dr. Sass.
So, what business do you people have at Dr. Buff's house?
He was going to transfer ownership of the Founder's Orb to us. It's a sacred relic from the Kingdom of Kurain.
The Founder's Orb? So you tried to get your hands on it, did you?
Wait, what do you know about the orb?
I know it's mine. That's what.
How do you figure that?
Because I know it's not the Founder's Orb. Its real name is the Crystal of Amife.
The Crystal of Amife?
That's right. It's been passed down for generations in the Etician family. Until it was stolen, that is. But just when I had zeroed in on the culprit, the doctor hid it away and then kicked the bucket.
So you're saying Dr. Buff stole your family heirloom? That's not what Dirk said. Strange. But I've been told the doctor himself said that he had the Founder's Orb.
That's all that weird foreigner's doing. He filled the doctor's head with that nonsense. Nonsense like the Crystal of Amife being the Founder's Orb.
Maybe he's not as big and important of a politician as his ego has him believe. Yeah. 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 Again, it can go both ways. Either way, it kind of just... Either way speaks, to a very similar conclusion of what kind of person this guy feels like.
None.
Weird foreigner? Do you mean... Is this the foreigner you're talking about? He's probably talking about Dats.
Yes, that's him.
I thought so. Now we really have to find Dats. Do you know where Dats is, sir?
Do you know where this man is now?
I imagine he's at the detention center by now. I called the authorities after I found him hiding in my doghouse.
What? Great.
That buffoon.
Well, at least we know where he is now.
Let's head over to the detention center and see what he knows about the Founder's Orb.
Seriously, he's run for office in a small, sleepy village of spirit mediums. Yeah, not exactly I doubt you're gonna get any votes here, nor any, like, care. I mean, the most you've already had so far is just an old man saying you're a disgrace to your father.
So you really are after my crystal?
No, we're looking for the Founder's Orb, and we have an agreement to prove it.
Well, just so you know, you're not going to lay a finger on it. It's mine. And I intend to give it to my benefactor.
Your benefactor? Who's your benefactor, if I might ask?
My benefactor is ready to support my rise to the pinnacle of the political world. They have immense influence here, you see, and I intend to harness that influence.
So you're just going to give your family heirloom away to this person?
That's right. It's a purely political decision.
Yeah, why am I not surprised? And in exchange, your patron will get the people of Kurain to vote for you?
Eminent politicians are skilled at leveraging all of their connections.
Isn't it illegal to buy vote? Yeah. I think everyone's pretty cool with how things are, and they'd rather have miserlier. Exactly. Hey. Unfortunately, actually, I mean, Maya did say that she was only in Kurain to, like, master her technique so she can become the village master here, so I don't exactly know what he's planning here. Well, good luck with that, I guess.
You just wait. Politician will reign supreme someday.
Well, let's go see Dats, I think. Dats! Hey, buddy. Help me, man! Hi!
Hey,
Bye! What's he doing under the desk?
Oh, cogs of the corrupt regime! I have nothing to say to you!
It's me, Dirk. Oh,
Oh, Dirk! You're outside with sore eyes!
No chance against the heir of the village. It was a very kind, wise woman. Yeah, but he's still gonna try. As Ugh. Oh no, stuff like that can definitely get very annoying very fast.
I knew you'd come save me!
well, this is another fine mess you've gotten yourself into.
My bad, my bad. At least grub here's pretty good compared to that prison back home. You get 3 squares plus a place to sleep. Why don't you join me, Dirk?
No thanks. They just sent me back to Kurine where I'd face immediate execution.
Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be such a good idea.
Looks like he's still the same too. Long time no see, Dats.
Huh? Hey, you look like kind of familiar. Hello! Is it really you, the boy? Eggs and Jay, all grown up and whatnot. How you been?
Fine. And you, Dats? You look good. Besides the incarceration and all.
Those horns, AJ. Horns? Growing up with you, just like a stag's antlers. I can't take it.
You really haven't changed a bit. Anyway, there's something we need to talk to you about.
Sure, pull up a chair. I got all the time in the world. This time is like my second home. It's really not so bad once you get used to it.
He's rather laid back for someone in police custody.
Larry busts a cry. You know, I haven't thought about it, but it's kind of right in a way. Dats, look at this badge.
Why, AJ? You become a fine lawyer in your own right.
Nah, I still have a lot to learn.
Oh, come on, don't be hard on yourself. If I ever went to trial, I definitely want you on my side.
Knowing you, you probably skipped town before the trial even started.
So? The doc agreed in writing to hand the orb over to me. But he kept stalling, like he didn't trust me or something.
That scary mug of yours no doubt frightened him.
Look who's talking.
Honestly, I think you're both about equally scary looking.
Ouch. Both Dirk and Dats look like they've been stabbed right in the heart ego. Dang.
Look at this. Oh, is that for me?
No, I was just showing it to you.
Anything I'd use here in the Slammer is more than welcome.
It's not wrong, he did run a Midas route. That's right, I completely forgot about that. You've already proven yourself to just skip town. Dats, the guard is giving you some serious side-eye. This is not for you.
Cool, dead guy bow.
Let's see. Microphone. Dirk, why are you holding that mic?
I get this strange urge to speak whenever there's a microphone before me. We, the Defiant Dragons, shall...
No, stop, stop! He's completely uninterested in us.
That suits me fine. It would only complicate things if I'm recognized.
Right. You're known as some sort of a scary terrorist who fled from Kurine. Actually, why did you enter the... It just now occurs to me, why did you enter a police station if you're a known terrorist? Huh? You're on your own if you get caught at this point, Dirk. Though, in reality, no one would believe you're the real Dirk of Legend anyway. I hate the feeling of being constantly watched.
Indeed. Considering my current situation, the less I'm seen, the better.
Well, it's not like there's an international arrest warrant out for you.
True, but I seem to have made quite an international splash with that hijacking stunt. I had to sign a ton of autographs and take a load of selfies before I got to your office.
Wait, what?
Maybe they thought that the hijacking was part of some movie's promotion.
You have... I don't even know how to respond to that, Dirk. That's... What was the Was what the doctor really had really the Founder's Orb?
Absolutely positively. Hey, the doc's sure of it.
Really? Because someone from the village is calling it the Crystal of Ami Fae. He also claims you were filling the doctor's head with lies.
That ain't true. The doc said he was sure it was the real deal. All his fancy research confirmed it was the Founder's Orb.
So then that politician character was lying. Imagine that, a politician who lies.
I bet he wants the orb all to himself.
I wonder who's telling the truth.
Well, take a look at this. It proves the doc believed he had the Founder's Orb.
At least his revolution is non-violent, but still other people would ask for his autograph. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like... Even if it's known to be non-violent, that doesn't... I still think that doesn't mean, like... Dirk could still try and act in self-defense and to keep his revolution going. I don't know. This seems interesting, but hey... I guess you know what trouble you're getting yourself into if you go up to that kind of person.
Let me see that. I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons, if I will come to no harm. Signed, Dr. Archie Buff.
See, I got it all down in writing.
But that's... Why does it say, if I will come to no harm, at the end here?
Sounds like he was scared of you.
Did you threaten the doctor in any way?
No, you got it all wrong. It was the doc's friend. He told the old man us rebels were dangerous. It's his fault the doc thought I might hurt him.
Sounds like the work of that politician. He's really made a mess of things. Dirk seems to be a nice guy in any case. Yeah. Yeah. Just kind of a bit of a imposing presence, if anything, really. Orb transfer agreement. It states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. Reason for your arrest, Dats.
What have you done now, Dats?
Nothing. I'm innocent, I tell you. It all started when this dog-faced cop tried to question me. It was so funny, I started laughing at him.
And then that's when they came after me.
It was hilarious, I tell you. I mean, you were police dog. How funny is that?
Right. So what happened after that?
They caught me hiding in a doghouse. Then Pooch ran me out. I guess that's what I get for laughing at one of his doggy comrades.
Sounds like the dog's got the last laugh.
Weren't you clear of those jailbreak charges? And your capture by Lady Kira deemed unlawful?
Don't blame the dog. Yeah?
Yeah, but the cops here don't seem to like me anyway.
What are the charges this time?
Unauthorized entry or something like that. They think I'm an illegal alien. And I can't prove otherwise because I lost my passport.
Great, Dats.
Is there any way they'd let you go?
Not without my passport. Only I had it. Dirk, AJ, you gotta find my passport.
Alright, we'll find it. One more thing to add to our to-do list. Now, where might Dad's passport be? Don't blame the cops, he's clearly a troublemaker. I feel like even Dirk agrees, because he's just like, what have you done this time, Dots? How many times have you just... How often?
Oh, about the orb's whereabouts. Maybe the doc's kid knows something.
The doctor has a kid?
Yeah, a bit of a shut-in, though. The boy thinks his own bedroom has become like a self-imposed prison.
Shut-in? Sounds like it'll be a challenge just to get a conversation going.
Time for questioning. Follow me.
Must be lunchtime. Say it's fried chicken if I'm not mistaken.
You'll get your lunch if you behave yourself.
Sure, AJ, I'll see you guys around.
Well,
Our only lead now is Dr. Buff's kid. But luring a shut-in out is...
not going to be easy. I know. Well, there's one thing I immediately know I want to look at. There's something new in here. At least he's happy, I guess. Yeah! Brain Village, Doctor Study. There's a new object in here. It's you again, Emma. Hello.
Looking for Mr. Wright? He was just here a second ago.
He was?
What's Daddy doing here?
Good question.
He said he was looking for something.
Did he say anything else?
Let me think. Something about how his bride never showed up at the airport?
Athena!
Yes, that was it.
I guess Athena really did get lost. So where's Athena?
But what's Eddie doing all the way out here in the first place? He can't be looking for us since no one told him we'd be here. Well, if you're here to take another look around, be my guest. I have other work to do, so if you'll excuse me.
Of course. Thanks, Emma. Got lost, as I said, yeah. So now I don't know where she's at, so that's great.
First and foremost, we better find Dad's passport. We should also have a word with Dr. Bust's child.
Hey, is it just me, or is there something new in here?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, you mean that thing? Yeah, we should take a closer look at it too.
Let's not forget about that's passport. It should be around here somewhere. She'll be fine, yeah. Well, first things first, we were here for Dot's airport. If it's gonna passport, if it's gonna be anywhere, it's gonna be in a suitcase. Dot's suitcase. Maybe his passport's in there.
It's no good. It's not tight.
We should have asked him for the key. Great. Unless it's somewhere else around here. Just seeing if anything else has anything new to it, but nope. What's this? A model helicopter?
Don't you know anything, Apollo? It's a drone. They're all the rage right now. I bet it belongs to the doctor's kid.
We need to ask them about the orb's whereabouts.
Yeah, but luring out a shut-in isn't going to be easy. Maybe give them back their drone? What are we gonna do about that Dot's airport passport? It's probably right there inside his suitcase, but we can't get it open.
Why don't I take it over to Dots so he can unlock it? That way, you guys can continue looking for the orb.
Good thinking, Drusy.
Okay, here I go. Huh? What the... The thing weighs a ton!
Let me try.
Jeez, how can a suitcase be so heavy?
It's really interesting to note that Athena's the only one at the office who can drive. Actually, now that I think about it, I feel like Athena's the only one that has been seen to drive in some capacity. Huh. That is a weird thought, especially considering she's supposed to be the youngest. Is it filled with bricks or something?
Knowing Dots, he probably packed his dumbbells in there. It's certainly much too heavy to lug all the way to the detention center. Here, let me take a crack at that lock.
What, are you gonna pick it?
Yes.
There we go. That was easy.
There you go.
That was fast.
A lock like that is child's play to me. Especially after all the wrongly imprisoned compatriots I've busted out over all the years.
Sure seen a lot of action for an ex-lawyer. Phoenix and Paul walk a bike and take public transportation. Yeah, I guess you're right. Never thought about that.
And here we go. That's airport. Passport. I keep saying airport for some reason.
I'll take it over to him.
Thanks, Jersey.
No problem. Now you guys enjoy some quality father-son treasure hunting, okay? See you later.
Thanks, Jersey. There she goes. I wish she wouldn't make such a big deal out of our little family situation.
Father-son time, huh? Been ages since we've had a father-son talk, huh, son?
Yeah, well, over a decade.
So, Apollo, have you been?
Oh, fine. I'm fine, I guess.
Is that so? Fine, you say? Well, fine is fine by me. Good to hear.
Okay.
This is going nowhere.
So what do we talk about now? Not sure the reason, but I can't imagine that they make a ton of money. Yeah.
Get down! Hit the dirt, son!
Huh? What? Oh! What the? I've got a gun! What? Oh.
Speak to me, son. Say something.
I'm okay. Oh, smarts. Oh dear.
You maggots! What do you think you're doing invading Puff airspace?
Don't think those are real bullets. I sure hope so.
You'll be a scorching day in Siberia before you get past me, you yellow-bellied yahoos!
Whoa! It can talk? What kind of drone is this anyway? Stop shooting me!
Show nothing! That's Sergeant Buff to you, soldier! You got that, you lowly grunt?
Ow! What the? Oh, no!
Buff. Sounds like the doctor's son is being behind the controls.
He's controlling this thing?
Hollow. Let's play along for now. At least until we can get the information we need out of him.
Got it. Sergeant Buff?
Buff, sir. You forgot to say, sir. Did you ever seen a war movie before?
Oh, right. Let me try that again. Sergeant Buff, sir.
Better. Much better. Now, say your name, you and Wright, soldier.
Like Sarge, yeah.
Oh, I'm Apollo Justice. I serve at the Wright Anything Agency. Am I ranked as a fledgling lawyer, sir?
Affirmative. Private justice.
Private?
Listen up, diver baby. Your commanding officer's orders are absolute. Disobedience means a one-way trip to the firing squad. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, sir. Yes, sir.
Good, good. You might make a man out of you yet, Private. How are you, Cyclops?
Cyclops?
Huh? Oh, you want my name, unit, and rank too? I'm Dirk Salamati. I command the rebel group, the Defiant Dragons, and my rank is, leader, sir.
Excellent. Welcome aboard, Commander Dirk. Wait a second, what did that ridiculous mob you call head? Soldier should be clean cut.
My hair?
Sorry, but this is my signature look. I'm going.
Ah!
Whoa! Fine. I'll get a haircut before we ship out.
It's enough, you. It's kill or be killed on that battlefield. No place believe in conditioning. All you guys your life, and you're lucky to have it.
He's oddly obsessed with field survival for someone who's never gone outdoors.
This is going to be harder than I thought, son.
Is there anything new? Oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see if there was new dialogue.
No, got you stepping out of line again.
Guess I better play along and ask what he wants. All right, I'll talk. Are you controlling that drone from your room, sir?
Affirmative.
And I think the village is generally pretty safe. We have the drone to protect us.
But I can see everything you do from here, so... soldier, wipe that stupid look off your face. I'm gonna whip you shoulder... face next into shape.
With what? Your charming personality?
Look, it's got a camera and speakers, too.
And that's not all, Commander. I can fly.
It's got a broom.
At these arms, I can cook and clean, too. Speaking of which, I'm Justice. You're on latrine duty. Snap to it on the double.
I don't know if I can clean a latrine with this, but okay. As if I don't see enough of the toilet back at the office. Sarge's drone, a helicopter drone operated by the doctor's kid, equipped with a camera and a microphone.
That thing's pretty handy. Us Defiant Dragons could use one of those.
Yes, it's a fine piece of hardware, isn't it? I modified it especially for siege defense.
Siege defense? You mean how you won't have to leave your room?
enemy is an age-old military tactic.
I feel lucky Francisca is in this game. Also, Jerry L, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy. Hey. Also, yeah, friends, these poor attorneys cannot get a break with getting attacked in some manner. Whips, fake bullets from a toy helicopter, Phoenix has fallen down a bridge, samurai slices from Blackwell, being squeezed by beads from Satomati. How many times has Phoenix gotten burns on his head because of Gato's coffee?
Timeless tragedy is still applicable in modern warfare. You're trying to mock the wisdom of my forefathers.
I meant no offense. It was just an observation.
The Great Order isn't even discharged his firearms. Got something to say, does he?
Sorry. It won't happen again, sir.
Darn dude. Now, state your intention, soldier.
Okay, location of the orb, please. We had an agreement with your father. He had promised to hand over the Founder's Orb to us.
What? I haven't promised you that.
We did, but he died before he could tell us where it's hidden. Now we have no idea what it is.
Sarge? Oh. Being defense to his danger shot. Very. In this series, yes. Aw.
Papa, why? Why'd you have to die?
It was an unfortunate accident, and I'm sorry for your loss.
If it helps at all, I know how you feel, Sergeant, but...
What do I do now? You insignificant maggot. What would an unseasoned rookie like you know about how I feel?
First I lost Mama, and now I lost Papa.
You lost your mother, too? Aw.
He's been gone for some time now. I'm all alone now. All alone.
Sergeant Buff, would you tell us a little more about what happened to your mother?
Mama passed away about 6 months ago. We were still living in our apartment in the city. Back then, I'd yet to engage my siege defense strategy.
In other words, something caused him to withdraw from the world.
It was arson.
Arson?
It happened so suddenly. And before we knew it, our apartment was a sea of flames. Mom and I were trapped inside. But help never came. So Mama cradled me in her arms. Kicked out a window. And jumped.
She did what?
She was like a walking, talking medal of valor. My mama was. She delivered me safely to terra firma with a perfectly executed PLF. It's a 5-point landing technique used by paratroopers to land safely on the ground.
He sounds like a superhero or something.
But from that height, she suffered massive injuries in order to protect me. She died so I could live.
I don't know what to say.
And the person who started the fire?
He was immediately apprehended. They say he was standing outside laughing while the building burned.
At least justice was served. I hope that brought you some solace.
I've lost both my parents now. You can't possibly know how I feel. But
Poor kid. It's hard losing both your parents at such a young age. You must really feel alone now.
Apollo, I imagine you know what he's going through.
I do?
The road to recovery begins by talking to someone who suffered the same hardship. I know you have something that shows you understand.
Yeah. I do, don't I? Sergeant, sir. Would you please take a look at this?
What do we have here?
It's a photo of my father. I wasn't even a year old when he died. In a fire.
What?
Like your mother, he died in an arsonist's blaze. But in his final moments, he managed to save his infant son.
Justice, you've suffered a loss just like mine.
Have. And that's why I know how you feel.
You still have your mother, don't you?
No, I lost her too.
What?
She disappeared after the fire. I don't know if she's still alive or dead. Heck, I don't even know what she looks like.
Sergeant Buff, his experience is very much like your own. If anyone can understand the sadness in your heart, it's him.
Aww.
I salute you, Comrade Justice. You are no longer a private in the Buff Army. Henceforth, you will be a corporal.
Corporal?
Congratulations on your promotion, Corporal Justice.
I'm just glad that seemed to cheer him up a bit. Oh. Ooh! Hamburger.
Now, comrade, let's toast your new stripes. And call me Sarge. Don't be shy. We're a band of brothers now.
Aw.
How's that chance, Corporal? Ask him about the Founder's Orb.
Derek's getting way too much of a kick out of this. Well, at least it helped him out a bit. Location of the orb. Sarge, sir, do you have any idea where the orb might be?
It was here in Papa's study until last night. But he said he was going to go hide it somewhere. He mentioned something about a shady character being after it.
Where do you think he could have hidden it?
Somewhere in the village, I guess. He said he found a suitable hiding place for it.
So it was here last night. That is, until he went out to hide it somewhere in the village. The only question is where?
Maybe he left some clue here in his study. Let's search the place again.
We should also find out more about Dr. Buff. It might steer us toward the hiding place. Let's start with about Dr. Buff. So, Sarge, what was your father like?
Papa was as kind as Mama, and I was courageous. His whole reason for moving to the countryside was for me.
What do you mean?
I initiated my seeds defense strategy after Mama died. Papa was so worried about me, he moved us here to the countryside. He thought the fresh air, blue skies, and natural surroundings might alter my tactics.
Aw, what a fine father.
He even quit his position at the university to move here.
He did?
He did. He gave up his beloved research position just for me. A parent must be prepared to sacrifice everything for his child. That's what Papa said.
Aw.
Well, I'm feeling about 2 inches tall right now.
Poor Dirk.
There's no one in the world I respected more than him. That just makes his passing all the more devastating. Papa, may you continue your beloved research up there with the angels.
Said to examine for anything in here. Computer? This computer could provide some useful information. And there's a password. Right, it's password protected. Dirk, you're good at getting into places you're not supposed to.
Don't look at me. I don't know the first thing about computers.
Leave it to me. A modern-day warrior must be well-versed in technology and have mean pride. After all, he who controls information controls the battlefield.
Oh, there you go. There we go.
Hey, I'm in.
Looks like modern day warriors have mean keyboard skills too.
Okay, let's see what we can find.
Alrighty. Any information?
Oh, what's this? An email message.
What's it say?
Now this is interesting.
To paw 7-Eleven and mail from Doc Buff, subject research report. I have deciphered the patterns, but have yet to crack the riddle. The opaque crystal orb is the key. Dr. Buff, how is your research coming along?
It's a research report to whoever asked the doctor to study the orb.
Here, I put the data on this. Take it and use it well, soldier.
Thanks, Sarge. Data obtained from the doctor's computer includes a report on his research into the Founder's Orb. This could be handy. About the triangle thing. Are these the doctor's?
Yes, those are Papa's reading glasses. He said he'd been having trouble reading lately. Those glasses seem to help.
Reading glasses, eh? I'll just hold on to these.
Dirk, don't tell me you're having trouble reading.
Perish the thought. I just don't want to leave any stone unturned.
The doctor's poor eyesight meant he couldn't read anything without these. They were found on his desk. Now there's just a pyramid here. Sarge, sir, do you ever read these books?
Why, of course. Soldiers must have extensive knowledge, as well as fighting prowess. I'm learning all I can each and every day in preparation for the big battle.
The big battle?
You know, for when I go back to school. I'll need to be up to date on every subject. Stuff like, you know, the latest comics and Hollywood gossip.
Oh, I see. What about reading, writing, and arithmetic? Well, I'm rooting for you, Sarge.
Thanks. I'll try my best.
You got this. The blue coat? Or did I really just say blue? Why did I say blue? That... I don't know why blue is the first word that came to mind. Ugh. The green and yellow. It's a raincoat. It's a bit wet, and there's fresh mud on it. Must mean someone wore it recently.
Indeed. Maybe even as recently as last night.
Sarge, did it rain here last night? I would guess completely useless information. Probably just more so they want to be able to hang out with other people, other kids at their school.
What do other kids my age like? I don't know. Look at this book on Hollywood stuff. Negative. There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
And how'd this raincoat get all muddy and wet?
When I saw it last evening, it looked pretty clean and dry to me.
That means it got like this later that night.
Good eye, son. This may very well turn out to be a vital clue.
Raincoat. Seems the doctor wore this last night. Bears a distinctive yellow and green two-tone design. Alright, what about shoes? It's a shoe cubby. These shoes look like they belong to Sergeant's dad. Ah, these boots are a little damp.
And it looks like there's something inside this one.
Maybe Dr. Buff wore them last night?
They might lead us to where he hid the orb. Let's take a closer look.
We might get a better look inside if we undid these straps. Take them off. What about the underside? There's a question mark on the bottom of the boot. Oh, actually, I actually can kind of see it now.
Papa had those custom made for his archaeological field work. He had the soul of an adventurer.
This boot had the soul of an adventurer too.
Thanks, Dirk. Ah, I see. Cursor. There you go. It looks like some kind of glowing moss.
It could have come from wherever the doctor went last night. It must have gone in with some of that mud.
It might be worth looking into. If it'll help us pinpoint where the doctor hid the orb. Glowing moss stuck to the insole of the doctor's boot. It probably got there when he went to hide the Founder's orb. Alright. So a cave or something? Okay, let's go over what we've learned so far. Wherever it was that Dr. Buff went, he needed a raincoat. And it was somewhere where this glowing moss grows. Any ideas where that might be, Sarge? I would assume a cave or something.
Negative, comrade. I hate to say my intel's a little thin on this one. I've been occupied with my siege defense strategy ever since we moved to the village.
Well, son, it seems we have no other choice. We'll have to ask the locals if they know of a place like that.
Thanks, Sarge, for the help. Alright, let's see if we can find a local then. Oh, gosh. Ugh. Now the campaign posters just plastered everywhere. It feels like somebody's watching me and it's really creeping me out. Oh, it's just politicians' campaign posters. Why did he put these up? Whatever, I've got more important things to be paying attention to. There's also that, painting, or easel, I think they're called, or whatever. There's something else here new, too, I think.
What great weather. It really lifts the spirits. I know. After our little treasure hunt, what do you say we go hunting, son?
Hunting? We used to do that a lot, didn't we?
Just look at that mountain. I bet there are some feisty wild boars up there.
I think I'll pass, but thanks.
Oh, so hunting's a no-go. Well, I guess that wild boar stew will have to wait then. Apollo, something seems different from the last time we were here.
You mean the posters?
No, not those.
What's he talking about? Guess I should take a look around myself. Yeah, I see what he's talking about as well. First of all, do you have anything new to say? Put boar hunting, Apollo. Well, you don't want to... You want fresh meat? No. When did politician have a chance to put up all these election posters?
That fool keeps just sticking them on our houses. He's a disgrace to his distinguished heritage.
He's doing this without permission? Nice. Why am I not surprised? Anyways. Here's what's different. What do we have here? Looks like an unfinished picture, like something a little kid might paint. Oh, I see. So, this is probably... See, no one likes guy, yeah. There was a man here with this raincoat on.
You're right. But I can't quite tell what it's of.
I think it's supposed to be nighttime, but what's that thing on the left?
Monster? Some kind of alien, perhaps? In any case, it's a pretty poor excuse for a drawing.
Well, what did you expect from a little kid? A little kid? Ah! Pearl!
Little kid?
Oh, it's you, Pearl.
Why, Mr. Apollo, is that you? What a pleasant surprise.
Pearl!
It's been quite some time.
Poor Pearl. Nothing can ever be easy with Pearl, it feels like.
It's been quite some time. How have you been?
Fine, thanks. You're looking good too, Pearl.
Aren't you going to introduce me, son?
Of course. This is Pearl Fay. She's a spirit medium here in Crane Village. Pearl, this is Dirk, my, client.
Hello, sir. Pleased to meet you. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know.
Nice to meet you too. And what a polite little girl you are.
Actually, I'm a high schooler.
How old are you at this point in the series? You were 8 at the beginning, and now you are... 18.
Whoops, sorry about that.
Yet you're still so small.
So, you're a spirit medium. Does that mean you can channel spirits then?
Yes, I'm still in training though. But I'm well versed in the art of spirit channeling.
Well now, isn't that something? I mean, back in my country, our little princess hasn't channeled a single spirit yet.
She's only 4'6". She is... small.
Pretty impressive, young lady.
Oh, but compared to Mystic Maya, there is so much more I must learn.
Mystic Maya? Oh, right, Maya Fey, Mr. Wright's former courtroom assistant. He told me all about her. She's a spirit medium too, if memory serves.
Yes, She's an amazing medium, and soon she'll be the next head of the Fae clan, too.
Mediums and spirit channeling. I've heard all about it from Mr. Wright. He said that mediums will even physically become the person they're channeling. I wonder if even little Pearl would turn into a hulking giant if she had to channel one.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but what brings you all the way out here, Mr. Apollo?
Oh, just a small matter to take care of.
Wait, would it happen to be the matter of Mr. Edgeworth is looking into?
Oh, Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth looking into? Prosecutor Edgeworth? What's he doing here?
Oh, so it's a different matter then. Because I just saw him a moment ago. He appeared here to be searching for something.
Oh, Edgeworth. Oh? Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth is a friend of Mr. Wright's and the district's chief prosecutor. Why would he be here in Kurain? Oh, no point obsessing over it. Come to think of it, you live here in Kurain Village, don't you, Pearl?
Yes, I was born and raised here.
Did he lose his Steel Samurai poster? Maybe he did. The only place I can think of that has another one would be Maya. Because she's always obsessed with it. This is perfect, Apollo. Let's ask the young lady if she knows where the doctor might have gone last night. I was thinking about the exact same thing. Maybe I should show her what we found in the doctor's study. Let's present everything.
Seeing you present your badge like that reminds me of when I used to investigate cases alongside Mr. Nick.
You used to help Mr. Wright all the time, I hear.
Yeah, I did. Doing so helped me expand my horizons beyond this tiny little village. So please, Mr. Apollo, if there's anything I can help you with, you just let me know.
I will. What I'd really like is her help with cleaning the office again.
Oh, sorry. I wish I could help, but...
No, don't worry about it. I'm sorry I wasted your time like that.
At least let me offer you some tea. I mean, you must be tired from all your investigating.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that. We'll be fine. Thank you. I won't bring it up for Paul unless he wants to have his celery cut somehow. Somehow, salary will be reduced in some manner. She's so polite, it's hard not to feel rude around her. Look at this photograph. Research notes. Dead body photo. Study diagram. The man will find a way. If it can be lowered, it will be. It is simply a matter of time. USB. Almost got all the stuff. I imagine it wants me to show off the jacket. Because she was painting, because if that painting's hers, then she knows, as she saw someone last night. Oh, or this. Pearl, do you have any idea where this moss might grow?
That looks like Mitama moss. It grows on Mount Mitama and gives off a soft glow in the dark.
Mount Mitama.
See that mountain over there? That's Mount Mitama.
And how would one get there?
You can take a bus from that bus stop over there. May I ask why you were so interested in that moss?
Well, Dr. Buff was supposed to give us something, but it seems he hid it somewhere last night.
He did? Maybe that's why he,
Pearl? Do you know something that might help us?
well...
Sounds like I'd better find out what she knows. Before I do that, want to show off the last item. No. Though I get the feeling, I have the sneaking suspicion that Apollo's bracelet's about to go off.
What a peaceful place. Ah, nothing beats mountain air.
Many of the villagers have left for the city, but I just love it here. Blue skies, lush forests, star-filled skies at night, and fireflies in the summer. Plus, the big, beautiful blue ocean is just beyond that mountain.
The ocean? What do you say we go for a swim, son?
Oh, I think I'll pass. Besides, I can't swim. Pearl, Crane Village is like the home of spirit mediums, right?
Yes, and I'm part of a long line of mediums.
I've never seen a channeling before, but is it possible to channel the spirit of anyone who's passed away?
No, not just anyone. You must know their face and true name.
Really? You can channel a spirit just by knowing their face and name? That's an amazing ability.
It is, but it can only be learned by those with a gift if occurring in certain bloodlines. And years of intense training. At present, Mystic Maya and I are the only ones in our village who can channel spirits.
Looks like spirit mediums are highly valued here, much like they are back in Khura'in.
I heard there used to be so many more of us a long time ago. But now, we are in very short supply. Most of the women nowadays don't want to stay. They want the thrill of the big city.
Yeah, well, you guys aren't exactly close to any shopping malls or nightclubs out here. But what about you? Are you not interested in things like that?
Who, me? Well, I wouldn't mind a new outfit or two. And well, oh, never mind.
It's okay, Pearl. You are at that age after all. Oh, well. Where did the doctor go? Pearl, do you have any idea where Dr. Buff might have gone last night?
Well...
Pearl?
About that. All I know is Dr. Buff is somewhere on the Mount Mitama.
I knew it! I think I actually just saw it, too. Hang on. Yeah, wait. I wonder... My bracelet. It's reacting. Which means Pearl is hiding something from me. Alright, Pearl. I want to take a look up here. Was somewhere on... I was wrong. Next thing I would think is fingers. Because I know I always flick my fingers. Knew it. Oh, hey.
Gotcha!
Pearl, could you move your thumb real quick? Pearl, you seem anxious around the topic of Mount Mitama. I could tell because you rubbed your thumb over a splotch of dried paint as you said it.
Oh, well...
That nighttime painting of is yours, isn't it?
This is so embarrassing. As you saw, I'm not a very good artist. But that picture has nothing to do with Dr. Buff.
I'm not so sure about that. In fact, I'm going to guess that while you were out here painting last night, you actually saw the good doctor heading out to Mount Mitama from the bus stop.
No, I didn't see anything like that. I swear.
No, I'm positive you saw the doctor. After all, he's right here in your picture. Right here.
Take that!
You think that's the doctor? I may not be a very good artist, but at least I know how to draw a person.
Okay, if this isn't a person, then what is it?
That's, a rain spirit.
No, Pearl. You're not lying your way out of this one. And what's a rain spirit doing at a bus stop?
Oh, rain spirits have places to go too.
This is getting ridiculous. Sorry, Pearl, but you're not a very good liar. That is Dr. Buff, and this piece of evidence proves it.
Take that!
This is the raincoat we found in the doctor's study. It's still wet and muddy, so we know that someone wore it last night. Now, see how this pattern is the same as the rain spirit in your picture? You didn't see a rain spirit last night. You saw Dr. Buff wearing this raincoat.
I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to lie, but...
Bingo. So, ready to tell the truth? But first, I'm going to actually ask you about Politician. Oh, we met this weirdo earlier named Politician. Do you know anything about him?
Yes, he's been campaigning a lot around here lately. And the noise he's been making has become quite a problem. People are especially upset that he's campaigning at all hours of the night and day.
Well, the local police should arrest him for disturbing the peace.
Unfortunately, there's little they can do because the Attition family is so powerful.
Well, isn't he the proverbial pampered provincial prince? He seems pretty intent on winning here in Kurain. Is there some special reason why?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea. The spirit mediums of Kurain once held considerable sway in the political world. Judging by his slogan, maybe that's what he's after.
Great, so he's just another politician seeking powerful connections.
The ability to commune with the dead gives comfort to those anxious about the future. Tiny Kurain has preserved its independence by the Queen's power of spirit channeling. It must play a similar role in this village.
Yes, even today, many here revere those with spirit medium blood flowing in their veins.
So basically, as Politician's benefactor goes, so goes the whole village. Who is this benefactor? Who could hold this much sway over Kurain Village? I would have to assume it's someone in Kurain, but just have to wait and see.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Mr. Apollo, but I did see the doctor last night.
That's alright, just please, tell me everything you know.
Of course. I was peeing out here last night, when the doctor came up to the bus stop. He was wearing a raincoat, even though it wasn't raining, and a helmet with a light on it.
Sounds like he was well prepared for something. Now the thing is, there is the possibility that that's not even that's not even Buff. It could just be someone who's copying his outfit. Now, I don't know what the likelihood of that is, but it is a possibility if you can't see his face.
I know. That's why I asked him if he was going off exploring again. He looked startled, like he hadn't noticed me there. And then he suddenly said, "Please don't tell anyone you saw me here."
Oh, what? What? Why? Why would he want to silence you like that?
Something must have happened to spook him. And he didn't want anyone to know where he was going to hide the orb.
But where could he have been going and dressed like that?
My best guess is a cave somewhere on Mount Mitama. I heard there's a cave there where mediums of the Kurain tradition went to train long ago. Legend has it, there's some sort of mystical ruins in there.
Mystical ruins? Sounds like the exact sort of place an archaeologist might go. Well, we should get going now. But thanks for all your help, Pearl.
You're welcome, Mr. Apollo. Please take care.
What do you say we go find that cave, son? I sense that the orb might finally be within our grasp.
This treasure hunt is shaping up to be the real deal.
Really gets the blood pumping, doesn't it? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
Shall we? May 16th, Mount Mitama Cave Entrance. I'm all out of breath.
Oh, come on. This was nothing. And you're so much younger than me.
I don't normally get this much exercise.
Need a break?
No, I'm fine. Dirk, look. There's Mitama moss growing in that cave over there.
This must be where the doctor was last night. Let's take a look inside.
Alright. May 16th, Mount Mitama Cave. It's my face. I can't see a thing.
Relax. Your eyes will adjust eventually.
Now, follow me. I really think we need a flashlight, Dirk.
Should have brought one along then, son.
Here, use mine. Wait, what? Who said that? Thanks. Wait, were you holding out on me?
Who are you talking to, Apollo?
You? Who's in here?
Whoa! Someone just pushed me! Apollo? What the? Apollo! Ow! Oh, you're right, son. Yeah. Looks like someone got the drop on us. Quite literally. But who? I mean, we could have died from that fall. I don't know. But I don't think we'll be getting out the way we came in. Looks like we're in a pretty deep cave. Nothing to do but to press on, son. How can you even see in here? Come on, let's go. Hey, wait! One false step and we're dead. What in the world should we do? Climb! Let's try climbing back up. Can you even see the wall in front of you? No. Well, I can tell you it's far too steep. You never know until you try. Here goes nothing. Your loud voice may move mountains. You've barely moved an inch, son. What in the world should we do? Wait. How about we wait for help to come? And how are we to call for help, for said help, with my phone, obviously. I'll just... Of course we're in a dead zone. Guess that's that. Just great. Go forward. I guess we keep going. There must have been some path for Dr. Butt to follow when he came to hide the orb. Right. By the way, looks like our attacker left us with this useful parting gift. Oh, hey, thanks. From lawyer to spelunker. How do I always get myself into these situations? I'm never gonna make it out alive, I hope you know. Don't tell me you're scared, son. We're just getting started. The greatest treasures are only ever found at the point of the blade, or the edge of a cliff. Yeah, sure. If I'd known I'd wind up at the bottom of some dark damn cave, I would have never taken your request, Dirk. Save your breath, Apollo. Just keep putting one foot ahead of the other. There really better be a way out of here. We'll find one before you know it. You'll see. May 16th, Mount Mitama, cave. We've been walking for over an hour. It's like a maze in here. I couldn't get back to where we started if I wanted to. Yeah. This cave goes deeper than I thought. Wait, don't tell me there really is no way out. Where there's a will, there's a way. Ever the optimist, aren't you? Maybe we should cut our losses while we can. Let's just keep going. Even if we were to turn back, we wouldn't make it up that wall of solid rock. So I guess we keep going. How did I get stuck wandering around in a dark cave again? It's definitely not in my job description. Listen, son. Only the truly accomplished have the luxury of being so choosy. When I was just starting out, I did everything from street performing to yak milking. And that helped you become an accomplished attorney, how? It didn't. But when you need to earn a living, you'll take on any job just to survive. Say, how is your career going, by the way? Well, it's been a harrowing adventure so far, to say the least. Hell of a... My first trial really put me through the ringer. In my next case, had me investigating a pair of stolen underwear. And just when I was hitting my stride, this one prosecutor branded me as an air forehead. Oh, and there's this other ridiculous prosecutor who wields a samurai sword. Sounds like you've, seen quite a bit. You're telling me. Listen, Apollo. I'm sorry I didn't contact you for so long. It's fine, Dirk. What happened, happened. Careful. The ground doesn't feel as solid here. What?
Yikes! The floor's collapsing! Not again!
Blackwell and Clavier are awesome. They are. Though, I guess Apollo could also do without the, getting attacked part and insulted in some fashion.
Hey, Apollo, can you hear me?
Dirk?
Oh. Where are we?
Huh? Where are we?
Ooh.
Whoa, what is this place?
Huh.
I was shocked too. These ruins look really old.
Clavier is one of the mouse prosecutors in the series. I don't disagree with it, but I get the feeling Apollo wasn't exactly signing up for quite the exciting career cases.
It's not exactly something you'd expect to find in the middle of a cave system, that's for sure. Maybe the doctor hid the orb around here? I mean, those look like footprints over there.
Son, I think our little adventure is about to pay dividends. Time to find that orb.
Well, there's first off a water bottle.
What's a plastic bottle doing here?
There's seaweed stuck to it, which means it probably came from the ocean.
It's possible this cavern is connected to the sea somehow.
Branch.
Driftwood?
How'd that get in here?
By drifting on in, I'd assume. The only question is from where? These have got to be the doctor's footprints. They match the bottoms of the boots we saw in his study.
So we made it all the way down here.
The water's washed most of them away, but his footprints are everywhere.
Really?
Because these are the only set I see. He must have been looking for something. Ah, those prints. They're coming out of that lake.
Hey, you're right.
But that would mean Dr. Buff came walking out of the water.
Big old cave.
So that's the hole we fell through.
Doesn't look like we'll be going back that way.
We're lucky we survived the fall from way up here.
Indeed. If that hole hadn't been above the lake, we'd be history.
You passed out the moment you hit the water.
Yeah, well, water's not really my thing.
It's covered in solid rock all around. Looks like we either go back through that hole, or find some other way out.
Why am I always between a rock and a hard place?
It's a big stone altar. One false move and some god might come and smite us.
Oh, come on. It's not all doom and gloom.
I dare you to look at our surroundings and say that again, Dirk.
You've got me there, son.
Dear gods, please smite me now. There seems to be rope here. This lake looks really deep. I can't even see the bottom. Bottomless lake in the depths of a mountain cave system. My blood runs cold at the thought of falling in there.
The water. It's salty. This lake may very well lead to the ocean.
Didn't Pearl mention something about the ocean? Like, how it's on the other side of the mountain? Can't imagine she meant it literally.
Maybe she did. Now for the thing of interest.
This box looks pretty new. I'm guessing the doctor's the one who brought it down here.
It's no good. It's locked tight.
There's no way to open it.
It doesn't look like it. There isn't even a keyhole.
Which means there must be some trick to opening it.
I'll have to figure it out if we want to see what's inside. Let's sum up what we know so far.
The orb is almost definitely inside this box contraption that we can't open.
As for this cave, there doesn't seem to be any way out.
We're this close to the orb.
Oh, come on now, son. Don't be like that. It's just a bit of bad luck, that's all.
A bit? Murphy called. He wants his law back.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right?
How can he laugh at a time like this?
We're stuck here for now, so we might as well try and open this thing.
Okay, let's see what we're dealing with then. There's a big button here. Huh. Nothing happened. This thing is covered with pictures. And hey, each section also rotates. Huh.
Take a look at this, son. See the picture of the dragon battling a tiger? And this green and purple one is a Kurinese butterfly Namitama. I wonder if they're clues for figuring out how to open this box. Huh. It appears this box uses a picture-based combination lock. We'll have to arrange the pictures on each side in the correct sequence. Let's see, there's a dragon and tiger fight, a Kurinese butterfly with Mitama, and a number of other pictures too. Dirk, I was thinking, maybe we should check the evidence we've collected so far. Is there anything in regards to that? When dragon and... When dragon and tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Some non-obvious mechanics. So is it okay if I tell you about it? Give me like a little bit of time, and then if I ask for it, then you can go for it. Let me see if I can try it on my own first. But if I can't get it, then I might ask. I think we have something that might just help us open it. You read my mind, son. I think this will help us open the puzzle box. It's probably the research notes.
Take that!
Dr. Broth's research notes mention the Song of Ceremony. Maybe its lyrics in the pictures on the box correspond somehow. I think you're onto something, son. Okay, let's give it a shot. Each dial has 6 pictures. There are 4 dials in all. The box should open once the pictures are arranged in the right order. Funky puzzle box. Here comes justice. So, when the dragon and tiger battle, let's just try the obvious. Let's just see the most basic idea of it first. When dragon and tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. Oh. The dragon and tiger offer divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Only thy prayers as fervent as fire. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. Oh, I wonder. Descending upon us in all her glory, the founder bestows the greatest power. Bingo! I see. Hit open. So this is the Founder's Orb. I figured it had to be something like that, because the second I noticed it stopped halfway, it's like, there's going to be somewhere it's going to be like halfway. Because if it was, because there would be zero other reason to give it halfway. Okay. Dear son, the orb is finally ours.
Show me our hard. I can't blame you. It can be very easy to just zero in and see like, oh, everything needs to match up perfectly. Again, I only thought that because, again, why else would you be allowed to give half, like, only go halfway? I like that, though. Oh. Founders are updated. Karine's national treasure. The doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death.
At last, the Founder's Orb is ours. And it's all thanks to you, son. Well done. Then again, I expect nothing less from my boy.
Oh, it's no big deal.
Don't sell yourself short. You may think it's nothing, but your insights and reasoning led us here. And I'd say that's truly impressive.
I don't know about that.
All those battles you fought in the courtroom have shaped you into the man you are today. And I couldn't be prouder.
Will you cut it out already, before I turn into a sun-ripened tomato?
With this orb, I can finally deliver a fatal blow to the Grand regime.
So, how exactly do you plan on using it? You're not going to try to become a spirit medium, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. I don't need supernatural powers like that.
So then, are you going to use it as a bargaining chip with the Queen Gran? Like demanding she abolishes the Defense Culpability Act?
Well, the thought had crossed my mind, but the main thing is returning this to the Kingdom of Khura'in. After all, as a sacred relic of Khura'inism, that is where it belongs.
Really? That's all you wanted to do?
Because my true objective has always been to find out who asked Dr. Buff to study it and why.
I'm not sure I follow. Because I thought of it earlier, but I feel like the one who... It'd be someone in Khura'in. It'd have to be, I feel.
The official story is that the orb was stolen from Temple's treasure room.
Yeah, I heard about that one on the news. They also said your group was behind the theft.
That's not good. We're probably on an international most wanted list now. Let me ask you something, Paulo. Who do you think really stole the orb?
I really haven't a clue.
Well, I think it was one of the royals.
Really?
Someone from the royal family? Yes, and I've got a pretty good idea of which one it was.
He knows who it is. Care to share with your hunch?
All I'll say is that, at this point, is this. Security is pretty tight, but the royals have unfettered access to this treasure room. Plus, they seem to be turning a blind eye to the orb's loss.
But why would a member of the royal family do that?
That, I haven't figured out yet. But whatever the reason, it can't be good. I mean, a Kuranese royal stealing a national treasure of such religious significance. And then pinning the crime on us, the Defiant Dragons.
Sounds like a conspiracy or something.
I agree. And if the truth were to come to light, it would be a scandal of epic proportions. To allow a foreign national to study a treasure so sacred that it's off limits to the public. It would be seen as an utter sacrilege to those who truly revere the Holy Mother.
So if this were to go public, support for the Grand regime would weaken.
But that's not all. This is just a hunch. But I believe there's something even bigger here. Something that would explain why the orb was being studied in the first place. Something that would shake the Kingdom of Khura'in to its very core. And I'm going to find out what.
He's probably right. His intuition is usually spot on. Dirk, why are you so bent on revolution anyway? Is it to reform the legal system in Khura'in?
There's that. But I'm also doing this for my children. I want to save Nayuta.
What do you mean?
This is for your ears only. It's the other reason why this revolution needs to succeed.
What about Nayuta? Nayuta, I never thought that our reunion would take place in a courtroom.
Oh, so you've run into each other already?
Yeah, it was like he was a different person. He used to be such a kind, cheerful kid, always smiling and stuff, but now... He tried to convict Trucy for a crime she didn't even commit. Plus, he kept telling me I had a putrid mind and to let it go and move on.
Has it really gotten that bad? It must be Garan's influence. He wasn't like that when we first stepped into the courtroom. Back then, he still had a keen sense of justice.
I vowed to bring the Garan regime down and reform the legal system.
That's what he swore to do. But that was also 5 years ago. He'd been the shining star of the Defiant Dragons, and our greatest hope.
Something happened, though.
Wait, Nayuta was a dragon?
He was. But these days, he's more like Ron's lapdog. Talk about complete about face. Why would he do that? Something must have happened. Something that sparked a radical change. Still, I don't think he truly believes in the new path he's taken. It's not conviction that fills his heart. It's resignation and despair. I see. The only thing I know for sure is Nayuta is suffering. And he is suffering in silence. Nayuta is suffering? Yes. He knows the rightful state of Kurain's legal system. But something forces him to bend to Garon's will, and it's tearing him apart. But it's been 5 years. Do you really think he even still wants to reform the legal system? As long as he carries what I've taught him with him in his heart, I do. Which is? A dragon never yields. That's what you always told us. That I did. It's a belief I've held since back when I was a lawyer. The dragon stands at the pinnacle of the natural world. Nothing and no one can bend to its will. Or bend its will. That's why we lawyers must pursue the truth like an unyielding dragon, right? Must fight for the truth to the bitter end, no matter what it takes. Dirk and Mr. Wright, they have that much in common. That's why I've held on to this badge, even though there are no more lawyers in Kurain. I believe that one day, our legal system will return to its former glory. And this badge here is a testament to that belief. I wonder if Nayuta still believes in what you taught us. He does. That much I'm sure of.
A dragon never yields.
Huh. I know that belief is etched deep in his heart. I'd bet my life on it. After all, he is my flesh and blood. This unshakable faith and confidence. It's what draws people to him, whether they like it or not. Even people like me. You know, I remember back when we were kids. Nayuta used to say with great pride, I have the blood of the dragon within me. Yes, and that's why I want to free him. Free him from the poisonous clutches of the Garon regime. So that's your other reason for starting a revolution. Yes. I need to smack some sense into that boy of mine. I mean, what else are fathers for? I don't know. Now that we have the orb, on to the next problem, getting out of here. Well, we're not going back the way we came, that's for sure. Well, if the doc could get out, then surely we can, right? Buff managed to get out of here, so we can too. The hole we fell through is way too high to climb back up. Actually, I have an idea. That lake water tastes salty, which means it must connect to the ocean. Wait a sec. You're not suggesting we swim our way out of here? That's exactly what I'm suggesting. But we have no idea how deep that lake goes. It's pitch black down there. Not a problem. How is that not a problem? I mean, how do you even know if there's really a passage to the ocean? Well, one of us has to try, and I'm the better swimmer. Time's a wasting. I'll be back before you know it, son. Bye, Dirk. Dirk! He's gone. I sure hope he knows what he's doing. Well, May 16th, Mitama, Kurani's ruins. It's been 20 minutes. I hope he's okay. Dirk, did you cause an earthquake? What's going on? Uh-oh. The water. It's rising.
I'm out of sweat.
I don't grab us on the floats. It's bad. I better think of something quick.
Wood! Wood! I've got it. As long as I hold on to this, I should be able to stay afloat. No, it's gone! A rock! This is not good. It's almost on top of the altar. And we long before it reaches the roof of the cave. Bottle, save me! Maybe I can use this like an oxygen tank. Wait, what am I thinking? I need to stay calm and more rational about this. The sky! It's no use! The hole's still too high! I gotta find our way in quick before I drown. This! The puzzle box is still at the base of the altar. Must have been designed to stay put even at a high tide. Wait, that's it! The rugs must have gotten here from some oceanside entrance at low tide. That's why his footprints were leading out of the lake. It really does connect to the ocean. Not that that helps. I had drowned before I made it out. Help! Help! Ah! I'm drowning. Ah! I can get out! Help! Oh, it's just high enough for me to reach the hole. I'm safe. All I have to do is go back the way I came. Why am I even lifting all the way back up over that wall of rock? Here goes. There's a boulder. Oh, it's full of rubble. This hole collapsing above must have filled in after we fell through it. Oh god. No, I can't give up now. I refuse to die here. Help! Get! Oh god, I can't. Yeah, breathe. Is this the end? Dirk, I wonder if you made it out. So this is what it feels like to drown. I would have eaten that sushi if I'd known it would be my last meal. I feel like I've been through this before. Now I remember. It was back when all three of us were living in that shack in the mountains. Mayuta and I were playing by the riverside when we got swept up in the rapids. I thought we were goners, but then... Mayuta! Apollo! Hold on, I'm coming! Aww. Little babies.
That was a close one. I thought I'd lost you two.
Aww.
It's alright. That's enough now. Didn't I teach you that boys don't cry?
Thank you, Father. You could have been killed. But you risked your life to save us. Why?
What a silly question. What father wouldn't risk his life to save his own children? Mayuta, Apollo, don't you ever hesitate to call when you need me. Understand?
Hey, Dirk. This isn't forever, right? Bring me back from America someday, right?
I'll come pick you up as soon as things settle down here. Promise.
You promised. Dirk, I waited and waited for the day you'd come and take me home. But you never came. That's why I tried to forget about you. And my life back in Kurind.
Dirk. Why? Why didn't you...
Apollo! Apollo! Can you hear me? Dirk? Still can't swim, huh? You came back? But why? I said I'd come for you, didn't I? Yeah, but you can't hold me and swim. We're both going to... Stop talking. You'll bite your tongue. What? Whoa! Ring pulled under. What's going on? Help! May 16th. Somewhere. Oh, hey, I'm in the village. Where? Oh, you finally came to, son. Get your fill of seawater. Good thing your name's not Neptune, huh? Dirk! Ah! You tell me! Check it out! Snot's coming out his nose!
What a miraculous escape! Not even some of the escape artist greats could pull that off.
What on earth happened? Sorry it took me so long, son. I made it to the ocean, but I figured you still couldn't swim. So I found a local fisherman and had him take us out near the seaside undersea cavern. He tied a rope to me, and I came and grabbed you. Then he yanked me back. Oh, so that's what pulled us under with such force.
Don't forget about me. I assisted in your escape back too, Polly.
What do you mean? I've helped compatriots escape from all sorts of places. Mountain jails, island prisons, and an undersea cavern? Now that was a first.
Dirk, you risked his life to save me. Dirk, I'm only alive because of you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I just did what any father would do for his son.
You saved my life yet again. And I'm hungry.
I guess seawater doesn't make for much of a meal.
Because Polly didn't have any sushi.
Oh yeah, I haven't eaten anything since this morning.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Hey, AJ. There, grab me bites for you.
I thought you might be hungry. Ready to have some this time around?
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh wow, that is delicious. Glad you approve. I'd better get some before you eat them all.
Just like old times. Aw. Dirk used to slice up the fish he caught and we'd all eat fresh sashimi together. He used to talk about all the vitamins and minerals packed in the raw fish.
Yum, yum, yum.
Hey, by the way, let me see that orb, AJ.
Here you go.
Whoa, so that's what it looks like.
You found the legendary treasure? Nice work, Polly.
Thanks. Guess you could say mission accomplished. With the orb, our revolution can take a big step forward. Let's celebrate the eve of our revolution. We'll get all dressed up and feast till dawn.
Yeah, now you're talking. Time to party.
After all that, I just want to go to bed. Sure wish Naida was here. Maybe one day we'll enjoy times like these together again. The revolution. I can bring back those happy days. You can sign me up for... Sorry to interrupt your little party, but I'm here for my crystal. Oh, no.
Sorry to interrupt your little party, but I'm here for my crystal.
Right, left, halt!
You.
It's him again.
Well done. Then again, I always knew you could do it.
I'm going to bet that you're the one that probably pushed us in, aren't you?
After all, we politicians must be excellent judges of character. Still, I'm impressed you both made it out of there alive.
Wait a sec. You're the one who shoved us into that pit?
It sounds so bad when you say it like that. All I did was give you a little nudge in the right direction.
So, it was you.
Dirk? 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 I'm scared.
You no good son of a...
Don't look at me like that! Crystal Mommy face mine! Now hand it over!
I don't know what the hell Dirk just did, but he just sent like a shockwave out.
Over my dead body.
Detective, help!
Emma?
Yeah, I know.
Emma? What's going on here?
He filed a police report. He claims you're trying to steal his family heirloom.
I do not like you.
That's him! The one with the long hair! Arrest him in this instant! He's the thief that made up with the Titian family's most precious heirloom!
Well, I suppose I should ask you to come in for questioning.
Down at the police station? I think I'll pass. After all, Mr. Titian seems bent on having me arrested on the theft charges.
This is not good.
If Dirk gets arrested, he'll be sent back to Khura'in to face execution. Sorry, but now that I know you have the crystal, or orb as you like call it, I must insist. Will you please come with me, sir?
Hold it! Stop. Emma, I'm afraid I can't let you take Dirk in. He received the orb from Dr. Buff in a perfectly legal transaction.
Is that so? Can you prove it?
Of course. This should sufficiently prove that the orb now belongs to Dirk.
Take that!
Take a look at this agreement.
What do we have here? Let's see. Agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. Appears to be a perfectly legal agreement.
Not so fast! That's not the Founder's Orb. It's the Crystal of Omni-Fae, which means their agreement is null and void.
This is going nowhere fast.
You can say that again. And we'll just have to go to the trial. Right, Apollo? Mr. Wright!
Dad!
What's with you two? It looked like you just saw a ghost. Oh, yeah. Emma mentioned she had seen him around. What are you doing in Khura'in Village again, Mr. Wright? Mr. Titian has retained me as his lawyer.
Oh no.
Ah, I get to face against Phoenix. This is a curious situation. Wait, you're his lawyer? Phoenix?
I think you would have more pressing things to ask me about.
Yeah, I'd better ask while I can. Look at this orb. Alright, evidently this is going nowhere. Legal advisor.
Mr. Wright, why are you serving as Mr. Titian's lawyer? Because he hired me. He needed my help in getting a family heirloom back from Dr. Buff. And it seems he correctly foresaw that something like this might happen.
It's because those shifty insurgents were harassing poor Dr. Buff. So I knew I might need a lawyer if things went south. I figured with a celebrated lawyer like Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong.
Is this why you came back from Khura'in for, Mr. Wright?
It was just good timing. My work over there had just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Titian is a very important client.
They know each other? But I've never heard of Mr. Wright mentioning his name before. Mr. Wright, are you sure this is Mr. Titian's family heirloom?
That's my client's assertion. He says it's the crystal of Omni-Fae. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used when channeling his spirits.
Who's Omni-Fae?
She brought Kurani's channeling to Japan, and her descendants brought it here. Her true origins are still rather murky. But what's clear is she's the founder of the Khura'in channeling technique.
Oh, so it's like so she's like the one they call the founder in Khura'in, the Holy Mother.
Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know we won't be handing the crystal over to you.
What? Are you saying...
I'm really sorry it's come to this, but... Mr. Wright? I don't understand. Let me spell it out for you then. If you continue to claim that the crystal belongs to your client, then I will be seeing you in court.
What? What's gone into you, Dad?
Nothing. This is strictly business. Two lawyers from the same firm facing off. What are the odds? Lucky for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever are you going to do? Remember, he is your boss.
Ugh, how did it come to this? Mr. Wright, please, don't do this.
Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it here. When it's now clear, we're headed to court. That's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to.
I don't believe it. Am I really going to face Mr. Wright in court? Dad, Apollo, no! We can't have our agency talent competing against each other.
It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. We each have to fight for our client's best interest.
But...
So, what's it going to be, Apollo? Are we going to have to take this to trial?
I have to battle Mr. Wright in court? The legendary Phoenix Wright. No matter how many trials of his I've watched, no matter how dire the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in? I owe it to Dirk to at least try. What should I do?
You're on, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back now. If it's a trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm ready to fight for my client, even if it means facing off against you. All right. I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The kid gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. You got it.
Whoa. First Dad, now you? Polly, you're not seriously...
Sorry, Trucy. But I have to do this. Apollo... Alright, then. Better go prepare for tomorrow. See you in court. Here we go!
Dad, no, wait!
A fine mess I've gotten you into, son. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him. He's practically a celebrity in Khura'in now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix.
I'll be fine. After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows? I could even end up winning. There's always a chance. Right?
You know, this may be a blessing in disguise. If the trial proves what we found is indeed the Founder's Orb, then whoever asked Dr. Buff to study it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows.
First step of your revolution, huh?
Yes, the revolution to restore Khura'in to its former glory and save Nayuta's soul.
Dirk, I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're going to win this one. You'll see.
I know you can do it, son.
All right. Doesn't matter that I'm going up against Mr. Wright. I have to win this for Dirk. And for Nayuta. His salvation, along with all of Khura'in, depends on it.
Ooh boy, here we go.
Let's get to it. Facing off against Phoenix Wright. May 17th, 10:08 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3.
Just so you know, I'm not going to take sides.
Message received loud and clear.
Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Dad should be on the same team.
Sorry, Trucy. Ah, she's really mad.
I'm sorry too, little lady. This is all my fault.
Aw, I'm just worried things will never be the same between Dad and Apollo. If they go through with this,
Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges.
really?
Sure. 1 minute we're trading blows, and the next we're having a drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart.
I sure hope you're right. Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? I got lost and I didn't get back to the agency until like midnight. I had to get Blackwell to help me figure out where I was. About that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there thinking his flight was really late. And before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark.
I figured something like that happened. Being late and dozing off are the two things you do best.
Guilty as charged.
So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about?
Not a clue. Sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locked room mystery? A suspect with a flimsy alibi? Oh, our dying message.
Sorry, strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case.
A civil case? Isn't this the first time we've, like, done one of these?
Yeah, it's like I'm speaking Swahili here.
It's just the Wright Anything agency specializes in criminal law, or so I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney.
Right. And the other attorney is someone you know very well.
Really? Who?
The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once.
Okay, let's do this.
Apollo, wait. Who's the other attorney? And where's Mr. Wright?
No time to explain. Let's go.
Okay. Right behind you.
Oh boy!
May 17th, 10:30 a.m. District Courtroom number 6.
Hello, I'm here again. And there's Phoenix. Court is now in session.
Oh,
Hi. Hi. Help.
Is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps?
no. No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor.
So then you two have had a falling out. I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know.
It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have different clients in this case.
I see. Well, here's to hoping this has no adverse effects on your working relationship.
You can say that again. I had no idea we'd be going up against the boss today. You sure this is a good idea, Apollo?
What? Do you want to switch sides?
Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now.
Well, at least she is here. I'm really going to need her help. Mr. Justice. Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, the kid gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Well,
You guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you?
I don't mind a good fight between co-workers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin.
right, left, rolled! Can you not bring that in here?
Noble judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am politician.
This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been and looked down on and given the cold shoulder, so to them I say, that's not what you can do for your country. That's what you can do for me.
Mr. Titian, what is this? What is that crazy contraption you're writing in?
It's my custom-made election-winning campaign module. Beautiful, isn't it?
No, it's disgusting. You're at a witness stand, not a campaign podium. So come out of there this instant.
Fine.
Get your damn plaque off the stand! Now, would the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant?
Mr. Titian's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Sodomati, stole my client's family heirloom, the crystal of Ami Fae. Mr. Titian merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket.
I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement, if you would.
The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Kurine.
Go on.
It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Kurinese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Kurine several weeks ago.
Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of a Kurinese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom.
Well, we believe that it was not in fact a theft in the traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Kurine by someone for Dr. Buff to study.
You don't say. And?
Around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he'd learned it had been stolen.
It seems you even have a transfer agreement between both parties.
Mr. Sodomati also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Kurine, once the doctor verified it was the real thing.
I see. So this dispute centers on whether the item in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Ami Fae. That, in turn, will determine the object's rightful owner.
Better bring my A-game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park.
Come to think of it, the name Dirk Sodomati sounds awfully familiar. But I can't recall where I've heard it.
Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist after all.
Imagination, you say?
Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Kurine, isn't he?
In Kurine, yes. Here, he's just a tourist.
If you trip me up on this, Athena, then Widget is going in the water. For like a second. But I'll teach you.
Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness?
Is it Emma? It's Emma! Hello! Emma?
Show some manners. We're in court.
I know, it's just... This is a civil trial, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had to do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for?
You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective. I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve.
First, I'm sorry. And second, I'm really just trying to do my job.
You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been in there.
Why do I feel like I'm on trial here? Help?
Detective Sky, your testimony, if you please, and not your personal feelings.
Alright, let's see it. The Doctor's Dark Secret.
The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study.
Really?
Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fake Clan.
Okay, I was wondering why...
It is funny that 3 items that we've had in past cases and past games are just here. The urn, the statue, and the poster. And I was confused, like, why does this man have all the case items?
It seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Attition residence.
The doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now?
Well, cat burglar isn't something he put on his resume. He was more careful than that. But the fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. A treasure hunter, huh? Like people who have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life and limb for glory.
I doubt Dr. Buff is the star of his own hit movie series, Athena. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished.
According to the doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. But whatever lofty ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny.
Yes, he certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me. So, let's say for a moment that the doctor really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Kurine and brought it back here himself? Nope. There's no record of him traveling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. Then this really must be the Crystal of Amifae. Yes, he stole it from the Attition residence, probably so he could study it.
Bruh.
This is the left hook I did not need.
I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo.
Yeah, well, when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were off, he wasn't kidding. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Okie dokie, where's my water? Oh, there it is, it's back here. I need to grab that real quick. Oh, I left it all the way over here. There it is. Okay. Put back on the headphones. Alright, let's get back to it. Apologies. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. Hold it! How exactly did Dr. Buff arouse the suspicion of the police anyway?
Chalk it up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifact thefts over the past few years, the police finally zeroed in on him, and the doctor became their prime suspect.
A number of those artifact thefts occurred in Crane Village too, if I might add. And they started right around the time the doctor moved there. But he was never arrested. I take it there was nothing concrete linking him to a crime?
No, which is why we were never able to get a search warrant in the first place. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance.
Curious. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Hold it! Are you sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal?
They're not fakes, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. Its design, cracks, and other features would be impossible to replicate perfectly.
Actually, I've had a few run-ins with that urn myself. Yeah, that was in a case of mine, actually, guys. So I was shocked to see it there in the doctor's study. I can say without a doubt, that urn was stolen from the fake land. I see. Detective Sky, please continue with your testimony, if you would. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the fake land. Hold it! Were any other stolen artifacts found besides those belonging to the Fays?
Yes. For instance, remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the Kingdom of Kurine several years ago.
Really? Chiseled out? Didn't that damage it?
Well, he did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. It seems he intended to return it someday, so one could say his intentions were good. But good intentions are no get-out-of-jail-free card. That's a fact.
If I might add, with respect for the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seems the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist.
He sounds like a good man. Who took a wrong turn somewhere.
I guess Sarge takes after him in that way.
Any further questions? If not...
Seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them.
Hold it!
Have these alleged thefts been going on for some time?
At least 5 years, as far as we can tell. 5? All the recent thefts have been local. But before moving to Crane Village, he had been stealing from ruins around the world.
Dr. Buff was an international criminal.
This data lends itself to but one conclusion. Dr. Buff was a thief. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Titian residence.
Hold it!
You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Titian residence, but claiming something doesn't make it true.
Unfortunately, it is true.
How can you be so sure?
A police report was filed concerning the theft. 1 year ago, in fact.
What? A whole year ago?
August 25th of last year, to be exact. The report states, and I quote, "The crystal of Amife was discovered to be missing. From the Titian storehouse at 10 a.m., the storehouse lock had been picked." Signed, Politician Wimperson.
Wimperson? Well, a year-old report certainly lends the plaintiff's claim credence. The doctor really could have stolen the crystal of Amife. Not only that, Your Honor, but the Founder's Orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items.
Politician Wimperson? Not the most awe-inspiring tail end, is it? I see why you cut it.
Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in his shoes.
Politician Wimperson. A police report was filed about the crystal's theft a year ago.
But the theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystal's police report... or was filed way before the orb was found missing. That suggests the stolen relic is the crystal of Amife, as Mr. Titian Wimperson asserts.
I doubt the police report is a fake. After all, Emma is the one who submitted it as evidence.
Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. Crystal Amife was discovered to be missing from the Titian storehouse at 10 a.m. The crystal of Amife was discovered to be missing from the Titian storehouse at 10 a.m. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Titian residence.
Objection!
Nope. I am foolish, Emma. I
feel like some we learned that police report has been porned somehow.
Hold it!
Whoopsie daisy. Nope, nope, skip, skip. I hit the wrong button. Move it, move it.
Objection!
There's something off about that statement. It's nothing.
Objection!
I feel like it has to be the police report, considering we got it as evidence. But maybe I'm wrong.
Objection!
Look at it a different way, maybe. Police report. Wait, where? It's here.
Objection!
Please take a look at.
Objection!
Why am I having trouble with this? My brain is schmelting. Come on, Kane, think.
Objection!
What did did I? Wait, hang on. Did I not present?
Objection!
I just had to make sure, like, did I present that?
Objection!
I'm gonna give it one more try because I'm genuinely having a...
Objection!
One more. What am I missing? Ugh, just show it to me.
Objection!
The USB? The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff. Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Email? In that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, this stick here can store all sorts of computer data. I still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Apparently, the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. Now, take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Politician Wimperson.
I see why he's dropped Wimperson from his name, but that's hardly breaking news.
Look closer, Your Honor.
Ah, his initials.
Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Politician Wimperson. Now, consider this. The email's recipient address starts with the 3 letters. P-A-W? Ah! Don't tell me. Oh, but I will anyway. An individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item? Is none other than Politician Wimperson. Wait, then that means... Exactly. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the Crystal Vommy Fate? There we go. We never checked the doctor's emails. We couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. The plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it, at the behest of his benefactor. Wait, then what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right there, here. It's probably for another relic, the real Crystal Vomifay. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually his stolen crystal.
Objection!
Uh-oh. And how are you so certain that PAW refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Perhaps. So let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Politician Wimperson. Bruh. Stop putting your plaque there.
I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job.
Answer me this, Mr. Politician Wimperson. What is... What? Oh, I see. I get it. I get what it wants me to ask. Quick question, buddy. What's your birthday? What is your birthday?
My birthday? It's July 11th, but what's it to you?
Ha ha!
Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. But full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more.
You... Phoenix is like, you... idiot!
Huh? Why has everyone gone silent?
How can anyone be that self-centered? Oh, right. Politician. Did everyone hear that? He said, July 11th, 9 days after my own birthday. But not Apollo's. The voice you're hearing, hi. July 11th, or rather, 7/11, 711, matches those numbers in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence.
Wait. Why, you sneaky little...
Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Would the plaintiff care to explain?
I would like to say... That's quite...
Quite what?
Quite a thing you've said.
Any other thoughts?
No further comments. I stand by my previous statement. I'm leaving. Bye-bye.
Hold it!
Get back here! You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law.
I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary.
Oh, no you don't, you slippery little eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. How so? Mr. Titian, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they found out. It's a family heirloom after all.
You've got to be kidding me. Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course. But then he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Attition family heirloom and has been for centuries. But Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather.
Objection!
But in order to win back the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give that, what you claim to be the Crystal of Amife, to that person? You were going to give a precious family heirloom away just like that.
I was going to explain everything to my grandfather later. Honest.
My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what my grandfathers are for. Okay, so the judge's family is just immortal. Got it. Okay. Your Honor, please. I mean, it's been in the family for centuries.
My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician.
Are we just gonna ignore the fact that the judge's entire family line is immortal? Whatever.
That's why you entrusted me with this very important name placard today.
You know what?
What? So I'm sure he would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit.
So I actually just happen to remember something when he picked that up for some reason. I actually remember seeing... I remember a long time ago, there's Japanese footage of this game, and I believe the item that he's holding here is actually different in Japan. I think it's like a... It's like a... Instead of like holding it sideways, it like sits on the table like vertically, I think. And I feel like I remember it having like a more marbled look or something. I don't know why I remember that now, but I feel like I remember that. I guess it's because the placard, if it was like Japanese placard and it looked too different from what Americans think a placard looks like, it might just cause confusion, so they just changed it to what most Americans see a placard looking like. By the way, your placard's fake.
Grandpa, spoiled little brat.
I think the judge is buying it, Paulo.
No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild, after all.
Excuse me. Can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done.
By all means, Texas guy. Thank you for your assistance.
You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around.
Well, who do we testify with now?
It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Tisham Wimpinson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Buff. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed?
Oh, alright, now what?
Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called Crystal of Amife. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements.
I keep hitting story mode. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright. If the item in question really is an Attition family heirloom, then let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Mr. Tisham Wimperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin.
All right. Now then, listen and learn. This is the tale of the Crystal of Amife and the illustrious history of the Attition clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country when the Attition family reigned supreme.
Alright, here we go. The illustrious history of the Attition clan.
My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, and you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amife gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. I am a descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history.
Well, that devolved into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see. The crystal of Amife is an heirloom of the esteemed House of Attition. And you have proof that it has always been in the Attition family? I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, one Ivashinito. Ivashinito? Ivashinito. 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 Is that supposed to be a pun? Age 85, gave the following statement. The Attitians showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad.
Objection!
Bruh. Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice? Would you care to explain that statement to the judge? I didn't mean... What I'm trying to say is... You're fired. You're out of here. Get out. Now. Never understate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Ivashinito's statement to be a perfectly credible piece of evidence.
Wow, do you see how Mr. Wright got at the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want in my sleeve.
You're not helping Athena.
You may cross-summon the witness, Mr. Justice.
Ow!
Snap my neck, it just felt like... The illustrious history of the Attition clan. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler.
Hold it!
No, they weren't.
No. That object you just set down there, is this something of importance to you?
It's a name placard. This one here belonged to my grandfather, Abraham M. Attition. He had it custom made during his distinguished political career.
No.
It's special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic.
I wasn't aware the Italians were famous for their fine plastic.
You can touch it if you want.
No, I'm fine.
Very well. I'll just continue with my testimony. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler, but he was also an eminent politician.
He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals.
Hold it!
So, I take it the relationship with the Fae clan was a close one.
A smooth and open line of communication with my entire electorate. That is the politician way.
Huh? Oh, sorry. I was asking about your ancestor.
Whether it's about me or my ancestor, feel free to ask me about anything you'd like. Transparency in government. That's the politician way.
More like dodging questions. That's the politician way. Thanks. I'll be sure to ask when I have something you'll actually answer.
As I was saying, the Attition family protected the Fae spirit mediums back then.
Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power.
Hold it!
Alright. Spirit mediums were targets of discrimination?
Yes, some people even treated them like they were monsters. The transformation the mediums underwent when channeling spirits frightened the locals. And then there were those who tried to use them.
You mean they sought to control the channeling powers of the mediums?
Discriminating against the minority is absolutely despicable. A vote for me is a vote to end discrimination. I vow to root it out wherever it may be. That is my promise to you.
He's totally ignoring your questions. It's like you're a moderator at a political debate.
Yeah, and only he cares about his talking points. As thrilling as your campaign is, could we please get back to your testimony?
As you wish. Now then, as for the crystal of Amife,
as thanks, Amife gave the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. Wait a minute, did you... I wonder, could you say something about the crystal? You said she had it custom made, so then it was made in Japan.
That's right. They say she hired a famous craftsman to make it. and they say it's quite valuable too.
And you were going to take such a priceless family heirloom and just give it to your patron?
That's so typical of you ignorant common types. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about.
But only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean?
The crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievements. And furthermore,
I am a descendant of that great lord.
Hold it!
So tell me, Mr. Attition Wimberson, are you famous in Crane Village?
you could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing.
Bemusing?
Yes, my campaign posters keep going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms.
I guess ignorance really is bliss.
Oh, only proves my fine lineage.
Man is trapped in a dream. And he is refusing to wake up. I'm sorry, but is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner?
Have you never heard of the Kingcraft?
Kingcraft?
It's the art of ruling as a king. My father drilled it into my head from a young age. And one of its precepts states, ruin awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue posed by the masses.
Well, that answered my question about what he meant by king of this nation. Progress.
Apollo, who is this Ami Faye anyway?
I believe she was the founder of the Crane channeling technique.
The plaintiff claims she had the crystal made for his ancestors. That would mean it was made in Japan, right?
Yeah, I suppose it would. Ah, I think I see where you're getting at. I think I see what you want me to point out then. Especially made in Japan, huh? We might be able to further prove this is actually Kurine. Wrong button. Present. I want to look at... Bingo!
Objection!
This is a Mitama logo. You say that Ami Faye had the crystal made for your ancestor. So am I to assume it was made in Japan?
That's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable.
Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there.
What are you talking about?
It's quite obvious if you take a closer look at this. Wait, hang on. Before we get to that, why is there blood on this thing? I just now noticed that, but there's blood on this thing. Oh dear.
Take that!
Well, first off, let's do the obvious thing. Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Kurine. The Kingdom of Kurine, hmm? And you base this on... Here. This piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. So, therefore, I assert that the disputed item must have been made in the Kingdom of Kurine.
Oh, my blackguard!
Objection!
The Crane channeling technique originated in the Kingdom of Kurine. And Ami Faye is known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her?
Objection!
But since there is clearly a Kurine's design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there in the Kingdom of Kurine.
Objection!
Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. So you can't conclude that the orb is from Kurine based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese. Meanwhile, friggin' Paul here is just terrified about breaking his placard all of a sudden. I have to agree with Mr. Wright. The pattern alone proves nothing. But that also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either.
At this rate, we're going nowhere fast.
Ugh, he's right. We're just spinning our wheels here. I wonder if we have any evidence that could break the stalemate.
Evidence that could break the stalemate.
It has to exist, right?
The defense would like to present a piece of evidence to the court. A piece that will finally break the stalemate. Oh? Well, you sure piqued my interest. Let's see what you got. Alright. I will now prove that this is, in fact, the Founder's Orb.
I'm out of here, man.
It doesn't exist. There doesn't seem to be anything we can use. At least not at this point.
Well, unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere.
Bruh! Bruh!
That's much better.
What's this deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the Orb Transfer Agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress? That would render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you've overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident might have actually been a murder. What? Murder? Mr. Wright, you do realize such statements are not to be made lightly. Are you suggesting the doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons? Yes, but follow me on this for a sec. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mound of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this is important because... The books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. We know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by subject. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books, but I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got on the book? Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, he was buried under a mountain of archaeology books.
Objection!
Wait a second, this is all just speculation, right? Or do you have proof that it was murder? Of course I do. You do? On a hunch, I had Detective Sky examine the doctor's head wound. She found that he'd been struck by the corner of some object or other. Wait, what? A wound like that can have been resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Buff was murdered.
What? Well, that was unexpected. Who would break out of the stalemate like this? He pulled the ladder right up from under us. Still, if he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming.
Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was the Defiant Dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations.
Objection!
Did you forget who you were up against, Mr. Justice? Uh-huh. You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? What are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene.
He saw what? If he can prove it was murder, that's the end of our client's right to the orb. Did he have this up his sleeve the whole time? Ugh, how can Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap.
He's like, this feels good to actually be the villain for once. This trial has taken an unexpected turn. But I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. It feels good to be the bad guy. Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial. All right, Mr. Tisha Wimperson, your testimony, if you please.
Prepare to be dazzled. Dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles.
Witness testimony.
The rebel's crime. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Rebel. He was running out of the door. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you.
So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence, and it was within the window of the estimated time of death?
That's a rebel. What in the world were you doing there then?
It seems Mr. Rebel was loitering around Crane Village that day. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice?
You mean the suitcase?
Exactly. He must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Rebel just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. See? That's him trying to escape as we speak. Bailiff, don't let that man get away!
Right, you bastard! Why are you doing this to me?
Alright, the counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/witness once more. Please proceed, Mr. Justice.
The rebel's crime. That evening, I was walking alone, lost in thought.
Hold it!
All alone. No.
Why were you taking a walk?
Society is inundated with serious problems that must be solved, and as a politician, I'm always on the job, thinking hard about possible solutions even on my walks.
Thanks for a non-answer.
While we live out in our comfy lives, there are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not in me to ignore such suffering. A vote for me is a vote to end hunger and for world peace.
Yes, Mr. Attention Wimperson, we are all well aware of your outstanding character. Now please continue with your testimony.
I can practically hear my poll numbers surging. Now, on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed of my magnificence that is me.
Boy! I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Rebel.
Hold it!
Where exactly were you when you saw the Mr. Rebel?
Right here, under this tree. I saw him dashing out of Dr. Buff's front door.
And he didn't notice you?
No, I was hidden by the tree.
Is it really all that important to know from where the plaintiff saw Mr. Rebel? I want to say it is. Yes, I believe it matters a lot. I ask that it please be added to the witness's testimony. I was under this tree when I saw Mr. Rebel.
Hold it!
What were you doing under that tree?
Lack of lateral thinking. That is a politician's downfall.
What?
That is why, if I am elected, I promise to think outside the box.
The question was, what were you doing under the tree, Mr. Attition Wimperson?
Huh. I suppose I can't expect a plebeian such as yourself to understand my grand design.
Oh yeah? Try me, O Lord of Plebs! Mr. Attition Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your grand political vision. Now, let's have the rest of your testimony, if you please.
I can hardly wait for the upcoming election.
I feel like I remember how this case ends up, case ends up. First of all, I think this final case is technically 2 cases in one. But more specifically, I'm pretty sure I remember you're the villain here. I mean, it's not that hard to guess, but I'm pretty sure I remember that.
Hold it!
Okay, did you notice anything unusual?
Yes, his behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something and it probably wasn't good.
Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police?
Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Buff? Not me. That's why I didn't report him.
So the witness didn't notify the police. Is that an important statement?
Wait, hang on! Yes, it's important. I request that the witness add it to his testimony.
Sure, why not?
Hang on! Something about that just seemed wrong. I had no idea that Dr. Buff was dead. That's why I didn't call the police. Bull! You should have clearly seen him if he was dead. That is a load of crap.
Objection!
Mr. Attition Wimperson, rather than Mr. a rebel, wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention?
Like what? Oh, yes, of course. A politician must also keep his finger on the electorate's pulse. And, sorry, but you're way off. I am?
Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice?
If the witness saw Mr. Rebel from his position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window.
I believe you do have a point there.
With the body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he wouldn't have reported to police.
Would the witness care to respond?
Wake up! What? What do you mean? Huh? What? Did he fall asleep?
Mr. Attition Wimperson? Mr. Attition Wimperson!
There are many sides to any issue.
What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Attition Wimperson, did you really see Mr. Rebel?
Yes.
Get back here! Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I had already answered the question.
This isn't some small town hall debate, so you just stay right there until I say we're through.
I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before
Objection!
Mr. Attition Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean.
Huh?
So then, does it mean he didn't see Mr. Rebel? As your lawyer, Mr. Attition Wimperson, I advise you divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option.
Are you sure about this? I'm in the midst of running for your office. I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out.
Don't worry, you won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal. Blowback? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright. Not to worry, Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? It was him. Come to think of it. Emma, who was the first one to discover this body?
About that. Whoever it was, it seems they want to remain anonymous.
What?
It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police.
Wait, you're not saying that. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was... my client, Mr. Paul Tisham Wimperson.
What? You don't say.
So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen, quite admirably if I may say so. Isn't that right?
Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who choose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest.
What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? Oh, you mean Mr. Rebel? He would have been leaving the doctor's house right around then. Wait, that means... Yes, it does. In short, what my client witnessed was Mr. Rebel fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. And that's not all. Based on what we've heard so far, Mr. Rebel looked exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. We already know the Defiant Dragons threatened the Doctor with bodily harm. And now that they've killed him, the so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void.
Apollo, if we don't come up with some sort of counter-argument...
And what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove it was Mr. Rebel who killed the Doctor?
That move had desperate written all over it.
It's all I got, so I'm going with it! Evidence? I suppose it's true that I don't have any... I knew it. But I do have another witness. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. And my new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Rebel's guilt.
Ugh. A new witness?
I wonder who it could be. It's probably going to be Sarge, isn't it? Very well. Bailiff, please summon our new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. We'd like both sides to use this time to prepare properly. Understood? Is this going to be our break? No, it's not, but... we're going to continue. I'm probably going to try and finish this half of the case, of the episode. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Wow, I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but...
yeah, just when I thought we had him, he turned the table on us. He really is a turnabout terror.
We can't let him blindside us again.
Looks like they got me again. 3 times in 1 year. That's a new record.
That's please, no more new records or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is.
Roger that. I'll be more careful next time.
Is what Mr. Wright said true? Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night?
Sure did. Can't remember the exact time, though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put it in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out.
So the Doctor was still alive when Dad's last saw him.
We'll still have to prove it, though.
Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case.
Yeah, I know. Hey, where's Cersei?
She went to go see her dad.
Maybe she's still mad.
More like worried. Worried that this trial will create a rift between you and you two. And that you might then leave the agency.
She has an active imagination.
Excuse me. The trial will be resuming shortly.
Well, let's go see what new testimony awaits us. Oh, Trucy, you don't have to worry. May 17th, District Court, courtroom number 6. It has to be Sarge. It's the only other person that was there.
All right, court is now back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness?
Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the Doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, it can't mean... Sarge is here?
You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear, well, that's impressive.
This must be really important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness. It's to the stand.
Non-existent.
Yes!
Oh my.
Sergeant Buff at your service, sir!
He's here as the drone. Really?
Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this?
Violent past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. But I would still like to continue with the testimony delivered via this drone.
I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. But testimony via a remote control toy? Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. We've had a lot of other things happen, so what's this?
Just who's piloting this trial anyways? The judge sure warmed up to the idea fast.
I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up.
You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. Think I once called you comrade? I will kill you! Ah! Defending the man who killed Papa? That's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private.
Corporal? Private? What's he talking about, Apollo?
It's a long story.
Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster?
Lock the note, sir. Ready to rain let up down upon the perpetrator.
If we're talking trauma, then maybe we can have, Athena? What happened that evening?
I met with someone that night and he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground, as I had already mounted my siege fence, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated dads getting ejected from my premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it.
I have a strange feeling. I feel like Athena's gonna be thrown in here.
So he was thrown out, but later returned and committed the murder, did he?
Yes, Your Honor. So the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing the Mr. Rebel. Huh?
Objection! Right, you backstab no good. I didn't kill no one.
It's the enemy! Ready all missiles! Hang! Fire!
Oh God, no!
Capitalist pig, I'll turn you into pork stroganoff. And that's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon.
Whoa! It fires missiles too?
Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice.
What happened that evening? Papa met with someone the night he died. Okay. Your father met with someone. Could you be more specific?
No! I was in the midst of a crucial defense siege operation.
Right. You're referring to how you don't leave your room, correct?
You never know where the enemy might be lurking outside the siege perimeter.
What about you, school?
I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. A sergeant doesn't associate with rookies still too green to fight.
With a kid like this, I bet Dr. Buff won't be getting any rest in the afterlife either.
It was very brave of you to come to the courthouse today. But what was that you said about a siege defense?
Oh, well,
I didn't have eyes on the ground, as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but...
Hold it!
Sarge? I've always wondered. Who or what are you battling?
that's classified.
Even so, it may be relevant to this case.
Objection!
I don't know if you're the right person to be asking about things like that.
That's right. Such matters need to be handled with a certain delicacy.
Oh, I guess curiosity gets the better of me.
You're all talking, no action, soldier. Out on the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, but the number of bullets in your gun belt that count.
Easy for you to say. You're the one with all of them. Would the witness please tell this court what he saw and heard that night?
If I did hear him arguing with someone in... I did hear him arguing with someone in his study.
Hold it!
What was the argument about?
I heard things like, where's the orb? And are you the Defiant Dragon? And really criminals. It sounded real volatile, like a war might break out any second.
So the two of them had an argument when the dads came to get the orb. Did you see or hear anything else?
Yeah, I heard them arguing, and then silence.
From my window, I saw the one undesignated dads getting ejected from the premises.
Hold it!
How is Mr. Rebel acting?
Like a conquered trooper retreating with his tail between his legs.
A trooper? Well, I guess he does dress like he's in the military.
I had those two would have really hit it off had they met under different circumstances.
Yeah, I can see that.
And so, the defeated soldier was expelled. But that wasn't the end.
After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time.
Hold it!
That does seem suspicious.
He kept eyeing on trees and telephone poles and stealing glances at our home.
Well, he couldn't exactly leave without the orb.
I bet he was angry that he'd been kicked out.
He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it.
Hold it!
But don't you keep your front door unlocked? If so, then anyone could have gone in.
That's true. Papa didn't keep our house locked up. He said there was no need to be because there were only good people in Crane Village.
Yet he ended up dead anyway.
Only a monster could do that, what they did to my God-trusted Papa. There'll be no mercy. Thou swift and terrible visions of carbon bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Fire!
Wait, not me, though. I didn't do it.
While I sympathize with you, witness, you will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this court.
So Sarge saw Dad's too.
And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. Wonder why he hung around after being thrown out.
I hate to say this, but if Dad's is proven to be the killer, we'll lose the orb to the plaintiff. So our only option is to prove the Defiant Dragons had nothing to do with the murder.
That's... Let's see here. The man lingered around the perimeter for some time. I have to prove that Dat wasn't the killer. I wonder.
Objection!
I admittedly have zero idea where to go about this one. I might just get a hint in the form of seeing where story mode says to go. Because I genuinely have zero idea where it actually wants me to go here. I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. I didn't have eyes on the ground.
Objection!
I genuinely don't... I didn't have eyes on the ground, but as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but...
Objection!
Wait, do you have recordings? Sarge, are you hiding something from me?
How dare you question your superior officer like that? You want to get on this stroganoff action with Pig Boy over there, soldier?
Sorry, but I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof.
What?
Would defense care to explain?
It's simple, Your Honor. Just as he is able to see what is happening in court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. With his cherished drone, of course.
Ah, now you mention it. And to think, the answer was right before our eyes this whole time.
Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night. So you must have seen something.
Man, what a strange new weaponry you're using against me.
Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles, because evidence is our weapon of choice. And the evidence has exposed your bald-faced lie. My truth bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare.
Truth bomb? No! Ah! Mayday! Mayday! I'm going down!
Oh my, are you alright?
Idiots! Never have I seen such fearsome ordnance.
Tell it to us straight, Sarge. After all, you want to help your father, don't you?
Papa.
Yes. You want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night.
It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear.
Sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Hey! Sarge, you need to answer my question.
Shut your pie hole, man. Be a scorching day in Siberia before a lowly private like you orders me around.
What's with him in Siberia, of all places? But if a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena. You think a therapy session might help?
Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety.
There is a lot of noise.
Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. That usually means the patient wants to say something, but can't for some reason.
In Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. In that case, I leave it to you and your mood matrix magic.
You got it. Your Honor, I believe I can be of help here.
Time for a therapy session, is it, Miss Sykes?
Yes, it will help the witness with his anxiety, maybe even enough to testify.
Then by all means, please bring the poor child out into the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be all right with you, Mr. Wright.
Why not? It's not like we haven't all been through this before.
What are you butting in for, lady? There ain't a place on the battlefield for you.
Objection!
I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big old hole in the armor you've built around your heart.
First evidence, now analytical psychology. Where are these WMDs coming from? Well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. First woman's sights.
You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself.
Let's get to it. Let's see the trauma hiding inside. They had to have seen their father's death, didn't they? So, I stayed in my room with my drone that evening. I heard Dads and Papa arguing with each other. Dads got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day.
Got it!
Nope.
This emotion isn't that out of place given the statement. Apollo, are you just looking at his emotions as they relate to only a single statement? It's really important to look for emotional fluctuation between different statements, too.
Oh, right. Thanks for the reminder. Alright, let's try that again.
Got it!
Really?
Got it!
Why the surprise? That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body. Yet you weren't nearly as shocked as when you saw Dr. Rebel. Normally, you'd expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful.
Enemy fire! Direct hit!
That is strange. I wonder what it could mean.
Well, we know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. And I think I know why.
Oh?
Sarge, you weren't as shocked at seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Rebel because... he had to have already seen the body, right? Sarge, maybe the truth is you left your room that night. And that's when you saw it. Your father's body.
Saw no such thing.
Really? You didn't see his body? Alright then. What did you see?
Look, Apollo. We've lost some noise.
So, just as I suspected, he really did see something. Sarge, please, tell us what you saw. So?
The moment I saw it, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one.
Huh? Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you'd already sensed that he was a goner somehow?
Maybe.
Please, Sarge, what was it you saw on the night of your father's murder?
I saw...
What's happening? I don't like where this is going.
No more! No more, please!
Help!
No! Widget!
Widget! I confiscate your little toy. The battlefield has no place for unauthorized equipment.
Widget! Apollo, I can't continue the session without him.
Calm yourself this instant, witness. I hereby order you to submit to your therapy session. What in blazes? Did you just steal my gavel? You did!
Look at me! I'm the judge, jury, and executioner now. I can reconvene a military tribunal.
The child is taking control of the court. Whoa, this has gone way too far.
Bailiff, arrest that drone assistant.
Stop resisting!
Oh god!
You don't come quietly on fire!
It's war! It's war! The courtroom's about to look like the one during Dual Destinies.
I swear to God, if it actually is the blown up courtroom. I was half expecting it.
Finally got him back.
Nice work.
This witness is truly a handful.
2, 3, 4.
Miss Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state?
Let's see. He's emotionally all over the map.
So his out-of-control emotions are in control of him, huh? Does that mean we can calm him down if we figure out the root cause?
Yes. So let's see what we can find.
Let's figure it out.
Sarge, can you hear me?
Is that you, Corpse Woman Sykes?
I'm here. Now, I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in. Breathe it out. Breathe in. Breathe out.
In. Out. In. Out.
And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Go on. Just let it all out.
All forces attack!
That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. Let's give it a go. Overwhelming sadness and surprise. Death was still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting, and I got worried about Papa. So I left my room, but suddenly, I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room, and Papa grinning with delight. That's when he must have been killed. If only I hadn't passed out. I think I know what's causing her anxiety. It's the fire. It's causing her like a relapse of sorts in a way, isn't it? The flames.
Got it!
That's it. Sarge, you were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you?
Was I?
Yes. Just 6 months ago, you and your mother were caught up in an arsonist blaze. So it's no wonder you would be extremely scared of fire.
Yes. That does make sense.
And maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fires will cause you to withdraw from the world.
What do you mean, Corpse Woman Sykes?
In the outside world, you were bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't and shut it out.
I think you might be on something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine.
Wow. The things I'd take for granted.
Now I see. I was afraid. Afraid of fire. Strange. I didn't even realize it myself.
About that fire, Sarge. Can you tell me what it was burning?
Just stay calm and maybe something will come to you.
Oh, Oh! I'm starting to remember. It was...
Huh?
It was that relic! That relic Papa was studying. It was on fire!
The orb was on fire?
It's still kind of fuzzy. But yes, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. And there, in the flames was... Mama? Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama up here in the midst of the dancing flames.
Wait, what? Uh-oh. She saw her mother? What? The noise is lowered, but it's not done yet. What's going on here?
Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. He might be confusing it with what really happened when his father died.
So let me guess. More therapy?
Yep, but this time, it seems there's an inconsistency in his statements. I think we should be able to prove it with evidence at hand.
I hope this inconsistency is the key to proving that the relic really is the Founder's Orb. Let's do it.
Daz was still hanging around after he got kicked out when I heard more fighting and I got worried about Papa. So I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. The relic was on fire and I saw Mama's face inside. This is what's gotta be. Maybe it's whatever's inside the orb. Is there anything that might point to what it is? When Dragon and Tiger battle, the Founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Offer thy prayers as fervent... Wait!
Objection!
I believe Sarge's fear of fire is triggering a past memory. As a result, the memory of what he really saw is being suppressed. When he tries to remember, the past memory is being overlaid onto the more recent one.
Wow, mine sure is a tricky beast. So I'll just have to find an inconsistency?
Right. Once you find an inconsistent statement, present the evidence that proves it.
The main issue here is when the doc was murdered. Was he really killed while Daz was there?
I see.
That's when Papa must have been killed. Wait!
Objection!
That's it! But where was the orb? Don't blame yourself, Sarge. The orb couldn't have been there, could it? Or could it have? After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room.
What? Run yourself at once, Private Justice.
You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? But this orb wasn't anywhere near there But that night, we went to hide out in the cave. So, what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within.
So, even if I hadn't passed out...
That's right. The outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself.
Oh, I see.
Sarge? You alright? You alright, buddy?
Private Justice, can you really say I bear no blame in this?
Why do you ask?
Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, I would still be alive.
Sarge.
Papa wished nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why I quit his job and moved us out, away from the big city. But even then, I didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world. And in the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true.
Sarge.
Sarge? If you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now?
My first step?
That's right. You can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have that power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step.
You got this, kid. If you don't change your tactics now, Sarge, the victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp.
I think I understand now. I've made up my mind.
Yeah?
As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely.
Oh? Here he comes. Aw. Wheelchair. You're just still in pajamas.
Oh, hi.
Huh?
Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty.
What? I thought you were a guy.
You're definitely not the gruff Drellin sergeant I envisioned. Well, my mama was in the Russian army.
I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out too. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff, age 12. No way.
Careful, soldier. Don't forget I can blow you up away at any moment's notice. She's just so cute.
So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge?
Negative. Only since I was injured. In the fire.
Your voice sounds awfully different from before.
Look how happy. Look how smug.
My drone features a voice modulation device. It's just one of my army's many technological marvels.
Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls.
If it's all same to you troops, I'd like to continue my testimony. I just remembered something. And it's as crisp and clear as a trumpet at roll call.
What did you remember?
It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa showed me in a picture a long time ago. He said it was... the Holy Mother, the founder of Kurainism. She appeared right there, right in the burning orb.
Huh?
What did you just...
I think Phoenix just realized that screws him immensely. It's like, ah, shit. I just lost everything. Phoenix just realized, like, ah. So, I think that, without a doubt, proves it is what orb this is.
The Holy Mother of Kurainism was in the burning orb.
To see what's inside the orb, you have to burn it, don't you?
What does that even mean?
I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be... Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb? Phoenix already knows. Sorry, Phoenix, but I win this one. Research notes.
Dr. Buff's research notes? What do they have to do with this?
Read the line. Look at this. The burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. Take that! You burn the orb, and we... Can someone give me a lighter and we can burn this orb? There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle. And this song, in turn, is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire. Only then shall the Holy Mother return. Well, anyone see where I'm going with this? I think you do, Phoenix. Prayers as fervent as fire.
You're supposed to set the orb on fire?
Indeed. The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire.
Wait, so the doctor,
He was burning the orb. Yes, Athena. The reason he was so happy about seeing the orb on fire is because it finally answered everything.
he had solved the ancient riddle of the Founder's Orb.
Oh my!
Finally makes sense now.
Pablo's a great archaeologist, so I believe in him. And I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died.
Well, we won't know for sure until we try it ourselves.
Yes, do it, Proud Justice, please. I want to see what Pablo's searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
I don't think so. The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet.
Objection!
You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
It was already set on fire, Phoenix. Oh, but I do. All I needed was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Ami Faye, any ownership rights the Doctor had now belong to his daughter. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us.
Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence.
All right, here we go. Let's see what's inside the orb, shall we? Just a little bit of this. And let's see the truth of this orb. Look!
Apollo, the inside of the orb, it's melting.
There's something in there. The Holy Mother of Khura'in. Dirk, isn't she?
Her garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the Founder herself. Face and all.
Well, I think this without a doubt proves it.
I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Khura'inism is a depiction of the Founder's face. Yes, here it is. Hidden within this orb.
Heating the Founder's Orb revealed the statue within. It's over. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of Khura'inism. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Be that as it may, Mr. Rebel still may have killed that doctor. If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement null and void. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proved. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Rebel. It happened after the doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you've no proof that Mr. Rebel was still around at that time. Your claim that the Defiant Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. And that means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. I won? I actually won.
Mr. Wright, would you care to respond?
Respond. I didn't think so.
Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Terramount Terror? You're amazing, Apollo.
Don't just stand there, Mr. Wright. Do something.
Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Mr. Titian Whipperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. So how's that for a campaign slogan?
Why, you contemptuous peasant!
I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict.
No objections here, Your Honor. No. What now?
You can't do this! The crystal is mine! I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal!
I'm sorry, but there's nothing really I can do anymore.
You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? Are you framing him? Or are you blackmailing him? You're a bastard. What's going on here?
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't even think you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that. Oh, of course! He can't possibly have a hit on something. The defense's assertion is incomplete. And this is why. Their claim that this relic is the Founder's Orb is based on a legend. And that legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right. And that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. But, Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Huh? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. Oh. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo-jumbo, right? Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but... Consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. Ah! Bruh. Oh, Phoenix. What's gone into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this?
It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles.
That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor.
In any case, I believe this is a good time for recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. I ask that all arguments be ready by then. Oh, and Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too.
What's happened this time? Is Maya being once again held hostage? Or is it Trucy? Has Trucy been held hostage now? Or maybe it's Charlie the plant. Is Charlie being held hostage? I swear to God. What happened, Phoenix?
May 17th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Mr. Wright's sure acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb, but that last assertion was just plain crazy.
It's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense.
Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although, he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm going to go check up on him.
What's going on with you, Mr. Wright?
Hey, Private Justice.
Oh, Sarge.
I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened.
Oh? But why are you only telling me about this now?
Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important.
There's still more to this case.
When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here.
That's right above the coffee bar.
But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair.
What?
I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat, as fast as my wheels could take me.
Uh-oh. Wait.
Ooh, dear, that's bad. Sorry, I just realized something for me that's bad. The recording's fine, but I might need to get a new pair of headphones because they're starting to make some strange crackling sounds.
Fantastic.
Do you know who it was?
No, it was pitch black. Plus, I fled to my room so fast I didn't have a chance to turn on the lights.
I do still have my old headphones, which should still work. They're just starting to tear up a bit in terms of like the look, like fabrics and stuff on it, or the cover. Maybe it was your father.
No, he would have said something to me. Besides, I'd have known it was him.
Then it could have been your father's real killer.
My thoughts exactly.
But you didn't report this to police.
It didn't even occur to me.
It's okay. You're obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it.
Apollo, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be a part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing.
Guess I should take her statement down as evidence. She fled to her room when she realized someone had moved her while she'd been unconscious on the second floor. It's that politician. Oh, welcome back, Athena. Who is it? What's going on? What's with the long face? How'd it go with Mr. Wright?
What should I...
Athena?
Oh, sorry. Zone out there for a second. The recess is almost over, so let's go.
What was that all about? The only way we're getting out of this is if we can prove the true culprit, which I know for a fact at this point has to be politician. I think it's about time we start getting down to the real end of this first part case.
Alright, court is once again back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised.
We, the plaintiffs, still believe that the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb will bestow spiritual power. Yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test.
I see.
He's sticking with that ridiculous argument. Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buff.
Objection!
What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting that the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that would show that Dad's a Rebel did in fact kill Dr. Buff. What?
Very well. You may call your witness.
I guess Mr. Wright found another new angle. What new testimony could there be to slaying the game? It's gonna be politician, yeah.
Fellow citizens, it is I, politician, the once and future representative of the people.
Geez, not him again. My client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. How very convenient. Dad's crime?
It was around 11 at night, and I was out on my mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Mr. Rebels snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice? A suitcase. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head.
You saw the murder as it happened, and you're just telling us now because...
I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all political greats.
The murder weapon was a complete mystery. But my client, eyewitness account, has finally brought it into light.
According to the autopsy report, Dr. Buff was struck in the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase.
Objection!
But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. A luminal test revealed. The doctor's blood on Mr. Rebel's suitcase. Really? But how's that prove Mr. Rebel used it as a weapon?
Objection!
You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well as I do, that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints.
Oh, yeah. I forgot we dusted it right in front of him.
Turnabout terrorist strikes again.
This is quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice.
Here is... Oh, I wonder, is this the final testimony? It is! Really? I actually did not think it would be. So, I think the important thing here is probably gonna end up being yours. The night of the incident, Army fainted in the hallway above the coffee bar after witnessing the doctor burning the treasure. When she came to, someone was pushing her wheelchair. Frightened, she quickly fled to her room.
Hold it!
You were on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 tonight.
That's right. It's the perfect time because everyone is at home. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say.
With tears of frustration, no doubt. You weren't riding around in your palanquin.
That's right. Some village idiot reported me to the police. I've been banned from using it after dark.
No wonder, with all the noise he makes. So, what exactly did you see then?
That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Hold it!
Sounds like you witnessed something rather shocking.
Indeed, I didn't even believe it at first. I mean, a vicious murder and crime.
There haven't been many murders here, I take it.
If I'm elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. A vote for me is a vote to banish murder forever in our beloved Kurain village.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Mr. Titian Whippinson, please tell the court what you saw at the scene of the crime.
Mr. Rebel snuck up from behind and struck him on the head.
Hold it!
He snuck up from behind.
Wait!
Wait. I just realized something. I just realized the truth of something. But first, let's get through this. He snuck up from behind. So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Rebel was there?
That's right. He was utterly absorbed in a book.
I see. What did you see Mr. Rebel do next?
He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. But that idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window.
One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now about how... Dad's an idiot. I think it was that the crime was clearly visible. The crime was visible through the window. That's earth-shattering testimony.
Is it? As my ears, it sounds like a rather obvious fact.
Oh, sorry. I'm good then.
Very well. Will the witness please continue with his testimony?
The doctor was reading a book at that time of the murder. That's vital testimony.
Very well. The witness will please add that statement to his testimony.
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book.
I think this is what I'm looking for. Something in here is wrong.
Objection!
Not there. I so badly want to see this man just suffer for what he's doing.
Objection!
Oh!
Objection! Really? Hold it! You watched a murderer commit his crime and did nothing to stop it. That doesn't sound like a good way to score points with the voting public. I'm a politician, not a superhero. I'm under no obligation to risk life and limb.
He sure is quick to deny his obligation when there's nothing in it for him. I'm getting tired of listening to his endless campaigning and flimsy rationalizations. About your testimony, Mr. Titian Whipperson. You said Mr. Rebel struck the doctor from behind while he was absorbed in a book?
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Is this the statement? I feel like it has to be. Yeah, it is. Wait!
Objection!
He couldn't have. The doctor was standing in front of this bookshelf, absorbed in a book, you say? I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable.
That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I'm anything but 100% reliable.
Very well. It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes had gone so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there is no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Titian Whipperson, but I'm gonna have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. You what?
I'll explain it, you lowly cur. I simply made a mistake, you see? The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Rebel hit him over the head.
But then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely you would have seen him and tried to run.
Dr. Buff was nodding off. I can tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving.
Sounds more like what you would do. Then how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk?
Oh, about that. He bowed his head when he nodded off. That's when he was clobbered.
So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. Do you have a problem with the proposal the doctor was struck while nodding off? There's a problem. A very big problem. The witness's statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny. Is that so? Will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this? Gladly, Your Honor. This shows the problem with the witness's claim that he saw the doctor nodding off. He couldn't have seen him, right?
Take that!
A diagram of the study? Mr. Titian Whipperson allegedly viewed the murder from here. And the doctor was allegedly nodding off here. But from this vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight. Well, yes, I believe you're right.
But...
Man, you tracked that to hell and back.
The fact remains, my client knew that the suitcase was a murder weapon. So he definitely has first-hand knowledge of the crime scene.
I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. He does. But then, we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Titian Whipperson have seen the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. I think it's... Are we doing it? The witness saw the murder from right here. I don't know where exactly in here, but I'm gonna do it here. You've gotta be kidding. But that's... It is indeed. But everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study? But that's the scene of the crime. I know. Mr. Titian Wimperson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder, was most certainly in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting... Let's do this. Mr. Titian Wimperson? Weren't you the one who actually swung that suitcase?
Objection!
What are you proposing is what you're proposing is ludicrous. My client is a small man, whereas Mr. Rebel has a musculature to pull it off. He has a point. I gave up trying to lift that thing after one go. That's right. He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now do you understand? The Rebel, that's a Rebel. It's the Doctor's killer. As long as the suitcase is the murder weapon, the suspicion falls entirely on Dats. You'll have to poke a hole in Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Paula.
Oh, I will. With his own technique, no less.
If Mr. Titian Wimperson couldn't swing the suitcase around, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon. I'm going to turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me.
You talk big, Mr. Justice. Do you have what it takes? Well, this should be interesting.
I got it. I get it. Wait! That actually makes sense somehow. Mr. Titian Wimperson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First, he said that Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims that the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer, and how was the murder weapon really used?
So the important thing here is the position of the victim and killer relative to each other.
Yes, Your Honor. If they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use the suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean... I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, if Dr. Buff were sitting in a certain spot, and his killer was at a certain other spot, the suitcase would become a weapon anyone could use.
Very well, Mr. Justice.
Where was Dr. Buff's killer at the time of the crime? Right here.
There.
Oh, that's... This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. But this time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. Bingo. The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. All they had to do was just a little push. If he used gravity to his advantage, that is. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one Paula Titian Wimperson, who used the suitcase. He pushed it from the 2nd floor. And sent it hurling down onto Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. The psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he'd finished reading it, or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in that mound of books.
Objection!
That's quite an entertaining theory you have there, Mr. Justice. But there's no evidence the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not so sure about that one, Mr. Wright. I'd say that the evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar does exist. The evidence does exist, and I'm going to show you. You are? This right here is proof that the murder took place at the coffee bar. The coffee stain? Why was there... This brown stain was determined to be coffee. What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurtling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and the coffee to splatter onto it. Well, Mr. Attition Whipperson? What motive could I possibly have to kill Mr. Dr. Buff? There it is, that final excuse corner killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in a cave ruins. Telling him that the Defiant Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news reports, so he knew the relic was the Founder's Orb. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return to its rightful place. And that meant keeping it out of your hands. You were so angry that you refused to return the relic to you. You killed him with your own hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Attition Whipperson? No escaping. That is it. Phoenix. Apollo. Please don't accuse my client of murder. Huh? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I meant to say was he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of our scandal. Say what? I need more tape. There we go. That'll do. Okay. Right! You better do something to change the current courtroom Clyde, or I'll be charged with murder! And you know what will happen to her if that happens. What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. For now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly believe that Mr. Rebel's the killer. Are you really going to send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me! Mr. Wright? What in the world's going on? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Attition Whimperson, the defense hereby accuses... Apollo, wait. Not you too, Athena. It's just, I wasn't sure whether I should say anything, but... During that last recess, when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. I trust Maya's unharmed. Of course, it's frickin' Maya being... Ugh! I can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Relax. All I have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. Maya. As in Maya Fey? Yes, the boss's legendary former assistant. Miss Fey's being held hostage. So it seems. Why didn't you tell me this as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just... Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away. And made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things more difficult if you found out. Oh, as if things were already hard enough! So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. He knows that he's the culprit. But he can't. Otherwise, Maya dies. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's got to be something you can do. There's got to be some way of freeing Maya.
Mr. Justice, about that last statement of yours. I believe you were in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buff. Would you care to continue?
I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry.
What's gone into you two?
If I accuse that slime bag, I put Miss Faye's life in jeopardy.
It seems you finally caught on. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders.
Either I give up or... There's gotta be a way.
Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day, I'll become president, and then king. I'll have every politician in my command. Now retract your accusation.
Oh, I can koto him, but the defense would... It would like to retract the previous...
That was... Apollo.
Dirk?
I don't know what's going on here, but a lawyer should never look the way you do right now, with defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Never yield, huh?
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
Dirk. A dragon never yields, huh? He's right. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Wright's hands are tied, it's up to me to do what must be done. He saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. Dirk, thanks for that wake-up call.
Now that's the face of a lawyer you've got there, son.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And I'm going to find the way to save Miss Faye and see that justice is served. Time to think through from the beginning. We gotta figure out a way to get Miss Faye released right now. That scumbag is holding Miss Faye hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. Seems said patron believes in the orb's legend. Thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. If the legend is true, then we've already solved the riddle, right? Yes, we definitely solved the riddle, and yet, we still don't understand the part about bestowing power is talking about. We haven't solved it quite yet. We have not solved the riddle yet. The legend says the founder will bestow great spiritual power when she returns. But if that's true, it means we haven't solved the whole riddle. But how can that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. But how would it be possible for the dead person to return to the world of the living? Channeling. You have to channel the Holy Mother. The founder can return through channeling. Oh, I know. There is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. Of course, you'd have to know what the founder looks like first. But the orb has revealed her face to us. So what if it's a sign that we should channel her? Given the fact that in order to solve the riddle and receive the founder's power, I'd need a spirit medium. A medium is needed to obtain the power. The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. That means Mr. Attition Whipperson's patron will need one too. And once that slimy politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Faye. Well. Everything's going to be okay, Mr. Wright. Because Mr. Politician Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Faye's head. Huh? Mr. Attition Wimperson? It seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage. What do you mean? Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle, and thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Fey can truly give them what they really want. She can? What do you mean, only Maya Fey? Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Kurine, the birthplace of spirit mediums. Ah, I think I see now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. But in Kurinism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. And if the legend is true, the founder just might bestow a spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearl imbued my Magatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner...
It is said the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Wait a second. Then the legend is true.
Do you understand now, Mr. Tish and Whipperson? You are holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. And if anything were to happen to her, the riddle will remain unsolved forever. Ah! You kill her, and you're screwed forever. There's always Profe. I can simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain. And she certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Or maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Kurine to channel the founder for you. He could, but he'd probably get executed for requesting such a thing. It's over. Now confess. You killed Dr. Buff, didn't you? Was it supposed to end like this?
Mr. Tish and Whipperson, are you admitting to committing the crime?
You're my lawyer, Wright! Do something!
It's true that I'm your lawyer. As such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. There's something else that's equally as important. And that is finding the truth.
What?
Mr. Tish and Whipperson, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage-taking, but in a way, I was being held hostage too. Even so, there's still hope for me to make things right. And I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Wright, I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Tish and Whipperson, I must resign as your attorney.
No, 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 no! Does this mean I'm under arrest? No!
You still have something? What now? Well,
I've nothing to confess.
what?
I said I've nothing to confess. I don't and I won't, especially not to a plebeian like you.
This guy doesn't know when to give up.
Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it.
All that means is you wiped him off, taking care only to leave Mr. Rebels.
As many a great politician has said before me, no comment.
In that case, try switching things up, Apollo.
Look at the situation from a different angle.
Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from above? Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the second floor? I wonder... If the
killer pushed the suitcase from the second floor hallway over the coffee bar. That would place him right around here. Maybe. Just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase. It's gotta be this, right?
That appears to be a statement, but how is that related to this case?
On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb and subsequently passed out. Right above the coffee bar. But with her there in her wheelchair, the killer wouldn't have been able to drop the suitcase down into the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair.
Someone was pushing my wheelchair.
What?
I was so scared, I beat a hazy retreat as fast as my wheels could take me.
She must have been in the killer's way and had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Tushin Wimperson? And if the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may have found the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. If only he'd been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. But now, he is neither able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. And yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better.
This wasn't supposed to happen.
No? Well, too bad. Because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you, right here at this very trial. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person. Army Buff.
Take that!
That's... On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out, only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. She didn't physically see a single soul after that. Not until Athena drew her out through that therapy session, that is. While the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase off, the same can't be said for the prints that got away.
My fellow Kuranians.
Well, Mr. Politician Wimperson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. Finally.
Politician, savior of Ukraine. If I'm not quick, my political career can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. There's something wrong. This isn't real. It's a dream. No nightmare. What? Wait, really? I won! No way! Banzai! Banzai! Banzai!
Politician arrested on murder charges and stripped of his electoral win.
Wait, what? No, please. Wait, don't go. No, please.
Oh, too bad.
Ah, that was satisfying. Mr. Tisham Wimperson, are you alright? Bailiff, get him to the first aid station on the double.
Bet this is a case Phoenix is grateful to have lost.
Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's orb. And it seems Mr. Politician Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder.
Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending to the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you.
Don't mention it.
You're amazing today, Apollo.
Well, I couldn't have done it without Dirk. Dragon never yields, huh?
A dragon never yields.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey to the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
The dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart.
As it seems both sides have no further objections, would Dirk Solimari please take the stand? Bye. Hello. This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the stated transfer agreement.
Yippee! It's kind of weird not seeing them not guilty, but then again, I guess that's not really necessary here. We did it! And Maya's alive.
Should the Kingdom of Khura'in claim ownership, matter may have to be deliberated in courts all over again. I just hope, or shall I say pray, that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things astir in the air.
The revolution. Dirk's really serious about this.
This court is adjourned.
Whew! That's a fun case, and we're still not even done with the episode, but we'll get to that. May 17th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Nice work, son. We've finally broken through the last obstacle on the road to revolution.
Revolution. It just doesn't seem real.
Yes, well, to think you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy!
Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I'd have won it if he'd been able to fight me head on.
I see it more like you saved Mr. Wright.
Saved him?
Yeah, remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore, and it was all thanks to you.
I don't know about that. Still, I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated.
Mr. Dirk? Now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, are you gonna have a spirit medium try channeling her? I, for one, would love to see the return of a legendary founder.
Yeah, just think about it. Being able to speak to someone right out of history books.
Unfortunately, it's not that easy.
What? Why?
A face isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're attempting to channel.
Oh, right. Pearl mentioned something like that.
And the founder's true name is only known to the priestess who's been crowned queen. In short, the only living person who knows it is the current queen of Khura'in, Iran.
Oh, so without her help, you won't be seeing the founder anytime soon.
That's no fun.
Interesting. Seems like only the queen knows the founder's real name. So, Dirk, what will you do now?
First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands.
Since we now know it was a politician that asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it?
No, a political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. He must have had inside help. My money is on someone connected to the royal family.
Oh, right. You said something to that effect back in the cave.
Whoever it may be, we need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information, courtesy of his dirty client. He might be able to shed some light on this.
Private Justice! Private Justice! That was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your sergeant proud.
Back at you, Sarge. It took real courage to leave your room like that.
It's all thanks to you, Corpsewoman Sykes. With my siege defense over, I can finally sally forth.
But the battle's only just begun. One for me, and me alone to fight.
To lose your mother, and then your father. A terrible thing to endure.
Yeah. And being wheelchair-bound doesn't help.
Private Justice, I've been thinking. About time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have Papa to coddle me.
Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Take a good look, soldier. This is one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my drone for me, would you, Private Justice?
Yes, sir. What's she up to? Is she gonna stand? Do it! You can do it!
Well,
There you go! Yippee! She's standing!
What's this? Sarge, you mean your legs? That...
doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admit I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. So I faked it.
Makes sense, but
I kept pretending I couldn't walk. But I know Papa's watching over me now, and I hate to disappoint him. So, from this day forth, I'm going to march forward on my own 2 feet.
what a brave kid. Trying to move forward like this. It must be so hard this soon after her father's death.
Don't you ever stop. You just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength to push through them.
Yeah, you can do it.
Hey, Dad's back.
Hey! Phoenix! Why are you sad? Mr. Wright! What's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo! Is everything alright with Miss Faye? She's safe. For now.
Well then, we better go save her, quick! Where is she anyway?
I'm afraid I have some bad news.
Huh?
Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Kurine. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. The mastermind? That's right. Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is in the kingdom of Kurine.
What? I don't understand what's right. What in the world's going on over there?
As shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning. Beginning of something big. Big enough to shake Kurine to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us.
Woo, boy. That is going to be a perfect opportunity to stop here for today. Because my god, that was so long, but so good. I liked it a lot. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you all later. Peace.